by Sigmund Freud, an autobiographical study beyond the pleasure principle, civilization and its discontents, the complete introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, the ego and the ID, 5 lectures on psychoanalysis, the future of an illusion, group psychology and the analysis of the ego, inhibitions, symptoms, and anxiety, introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, jokes and their relation to the unconscious, Leonardo da Vinci and a memory of his childhood, new introductory lectures on psychoanalysis, on dreams, on the history of the psychoanalytic movement, an outline of psychoanalysis, the psychopathology of everyday life, the question of lay analysis, totem and taboo, the standard edition of the complete psychological works of Sigmund Freud, 24 volumes, Sigmund Freud, the Ego and the ID, translated by Joan Riviere, revised and edited by James Strachey, with a biographical introduction by Peter Gay, W. W. Norton and Company, New York, London. Copyright 1960 by James Strachey, Sigmund Freud, A Brief Life. Copyright 1989 by Peter K. All rights reserved. ISBN 0-393-00142-3. W. W. Norton and Company, Inc., is also the publisher of the standard edition of the complete psychological works of Sigmund Freud. W. W. Norton and Company, Inc., 500 Fifth Avenue, New York, NY 10110. W. W. Norton and Company Limited, 10 Coptic Street, London, WC1A1PU. Printed in the United States of America 3456789. Editorial Note: since the original publication of the English translations of Freud's works, there has been appearing the new authoritative text of the standard edition of the complete psychological works of Sigmund Freud, translated from the G.E.R. Mann under the general editorship of James Strachey, in collaboration with Anna Freud, assisted by Alex Strachey and Alan Tyson. The Institute of Psychoanalysis therefore thought it would be desirable to use this new text when reprinting the International Psychoanalytical Library edition, as the stocks of these began to get low. With the generous cooperation of Mr. Strachey and his collaborators and of the Hogarth Press, the same has been achieved, and in future, as it becomes necessary to reprint any of Freud's works, they will appear in a new edition in the International Psychoanalytical Library with the text of the standard edition. The present edition of Freud's The Ego and the ID contains the completely revised and fully annotated text of the standard edition. A bibliography and index have been provided and the volume has been prepared for publication. B.V. Angela Richards. 8. Editorial Note: it is the hope of the Publications Committee that these revised texts with their annotations will be useful to the growing number of students of psychoanalysis. J. D. Sutherland, General Editor of the International Psychoanalytical Library. Contents: Sigmund Freud, A Brief Life, by Peter Gay. Editor's Introduction. Preface 1. Consciousness and what is unconscious, and the ego and the ID. M. The ego and the superego. Ego ideal. 4. The two classes of instinct. V. The dependent relationships of the ego. Appendix A. The descriptive and the dynamic unconscious. Appendix B. The great reservoir of libido. List of abbreviations. Bibliography and author. Index. Index X1 2 XXX1 X3 11 22 37 48 63 67 73 75 81. Sigmund Freud, A Brief Life by Peter Gay. It was Freud's fate, as he observed not without pride, to agitate the sleep of mankind. Half a century after his death, it seems clear that he succeeded far better than he expected, though in ways he would not have appreciated. It is commonplace but true that we all speak Freud now, correctly or not. We casually refer to Oedipal conflicts and sibling rivalry, narcissism and Freudian slips. But before we can speak that way with authority, we must read his writings attentively. They repay reading, with dividends. Sigmund Freud was born on May 6, 1856, in the small Moravian town of Freiburg. 1. His father, Jacob Freud, was an impecunious merchant. His mother, Amalia, was handsome, self-assertive, and young, 20 years her husband's junior and his third wife. Jacob Freud had 2 sons from his first marriage who were about Amalia Freud's age and lived nearby. One of these half-brothers had a son, John, who, though Sigmund Freud's nephew, was older than his uncle. His given names were Sigismund Shlomo, but he never used his middle name and, after experimenting with the shorter form for some time, definitively adopted the first name Sigmund, on occasion relapsing into the original formulation in the early 1870s, when he was a medical student at the University of Vienna. Freiburg, now in Czechoslovakia, bears the Czech name Príbor 12. Freud, a brief life. Freud's family constellation, then, was intricate enough to puzzle the clever and inquisitive youngster. Inquisitiveness, the natural endowment of children, was particularly marked in him. Life would provide ample opportunity to satisfy it. In 1860, when Freud was almost 4, he moved with his family to Vienna, then a magnet for many immigrants. This was the opening phase of the Habsburg Empire's liberal era. Jews, only recently freed from onerous taxes and humiliating restrictions on their property rights, professional choices, and religious practices, could realistically harbor hopes for economic advancement, political participation, and a measure of social acceptance. This was the time, Freud recalled, when every industrious Jewish schoolboy carried a cabinet minister's portfolio in his satchel too. The young Freud was encouraged to cultivate high ambitions. As his mother's firstborn and a family favorite, he secured, once his family could afford it, a room of his own. He showed marked gifts from his first school days, and in his secondary school, or gymnasium, he was first in his class year after year. In 1873, at 17, Freud entered the University of Vienna. He had planned to study law, but, driven on by what he called his greed for knowledge, instead matriculated in the Faculty of Medicine, intending to embark, not on a conventional career as a physician, but on philosophical scientific investigations that might solve some of the great riddles that fascinated him. He found his work in physiology and neurology so absorbing that he did not take his degree until 1881. A brilliant researcher, he cultivated the habit of close observation and the congenial stance of scientific skepticism. He was privileged to work under professors with international reputations, almost all German imports, and tough to the interpretation of dreams, 1900, SE 4, 193. Freud, A Brief Life, 13-minded positivists who disdained metaphysical speculations about, let alone pious explanations of, natural phenomena. Even after Freud modified their theories of the mind, in essence barely disguised physiological theories, he recalled his teachers with unfeigned gratitude. The most memorable of them, Ernst Breuck, an illustrious physiologist and a civilized but exacting taskmaster, confirmed Freud's bent as an unbeliever. Freud had grown up with no religious instruction at home, came to Vienna University as an atheist, and left it as an atheist with persuasive scientific arguments. In 1882, on Breuck's advice, Freud reluctantly left the laboratory to take a lowly post at the Vienna General Hospital. The reason was romantic. In April, he had met Martha Bernays, a slender, attractive young woman from northern Germany visiting one of his sisters, and fallen passionately in love. He was soon secretly engaged to her, but too poor to establish the respectable bourgeois household that he and his fiancée thought essential. It was not until September 1886, some 5 months after opening his practice in Vienna, with the aid of wedding gifts and loans from affluent friends, that the couple could marry. Within 9 years, they had 6 children, the last of whom, Anna, grew up to be her father's confidant, secretary, nurse, disciple, and representative, and an eminent psychoanalyst in her own right. Before his marriage, from October 1885 to February 1886, Freud worked in Paris with the celebrated French neurologist Jean-Martin Charcot, who impressed Freud with his bold advocacy of hypnosis as an instrument for healing medical disorders, and no less bold championship of the thesis, then quite unfashionable, that hysteria is an ailment to which men are susceptible no less than women. Charcot, an unrivaled observer, stimulated Freud's growing interest in the theoretical and therapeutic aspects of mental. 14, Freud, A Brief Life. Healing. Nervous ailments became Freud's specialty, and in the 1890s, as he told a friend, psychology became his tyrant. During these years he founded the psychoanalytic theory of mind. He had intriguing if somewhat peculiar help. In 1887, he had met a nose and throat specialist from Berlin, Wilhelm Fliess, and rapidly established an intimate friendship with him. Fliess was the listener the lonely Freud craved, an intellectual gambler shocked at no idea, a propagator of provocative, at times fruitful, theories, an enthusiast who fed Freud ideas on which he could build. For over a decade Fliess and Freud exchanged confidential letters and technical memoranda, meeting occasionally to explore their subversive notions. And Freud was propelled toward the discovery of psychoanalysis in his practice. His patients proved excellent teachers. He was increasingly specializing in women suffering from hysteria, and, observing their symptoms and listening to their complaints, he found that, though a good listener, he did not listen carefully enough. They had much to tell him. In 1895, Freud and his fatherly friend Joseph Breuer, a thriving, generous internist, published studies on hysteria, assigning Breuer's former patient Anna O pride of place. She had furnished fascinating material for intimate conversations between Breuer and Freud, and was to become, quite against her and Breuer's will, the founding patient of psychoanalysis. She demonstrated to Freud's satisfaction that hysteria originates in sexual malfunctioning and that symptoms can be talked away. The year 1895 was decisive for Freud in other ways. In July, Freud managed to analyze a dream, his own, fully. He would employ this dream, known as Irma's injection, as a model for psychoanalytic dream interpretation when he published it, some 4 years later, in his interpretation of Freud, A Brief Life, 15 Dreams. In the fall, he drafted, but neither completed nor published, what was later called the Project for a Scientific Psychology. It anticipated some of his fundamental theories yet serves as a reminder that Freud had been deeply enmeshed in the traditional physiological interpretation of mental events. Increasingly Freud was offering psychological explanations for psychological phenomena. In the spring of 1896, he first used the fateful name, psychoanalysis. Then in October his father died, the most important event, he recalled a dozen years later, the most poignant loss, of a man's life. It supplied a powerful impetus toward psychoanalytic theorizing, stirring Freud to his unprecedented self-analysis, more systematic and thoroughgoing than the frank autobiographer's self-probing. In the next 3 or 4 years, as he labored over his dream book, new discoveries crowded his days. But first he had to jettison the seduction theory he had championed for some time. It held that every neurosis results from premature sexual activity, mainly child molestation, in childhood. For once freed from this far-reaching but improbable theory, Freud could appreciate the share of fantasies in mental life, and discover the Oedipus complex, that universal family triangle. Freud's interpretation of dreams was published in November 1899. 5. It treated all dreams as wish fulfillments, detailed the mental stratagems that translate their causes into the strange drama the awakening dreamer remembers. 3. Ibid, XXVI. 4. Freud never claimed that sexual abuse does not exist. He had patients who he knew had not imagined the assaults they reported. All he abandoned when he abandoned the seduction theory was the sweeping claim that only the rape of a child, whether a boy or a girl, by a servant, an older sibling, or a classmate, could be the cause of a neurosis. 5. The book bears the date of 1900 on the title page, and this date is usually given as the date of publication. 16. Freud, A Brief Life, and, in the difficult 7th chapter, outlined a comprehensive theory of mind. Its first reception was cool. During 6 years, only 351 copies were old. A second edition did not kopioterwan lotigli 109F09E. Heroid Webel Rai Fe Frofa 1D9S0P1 off Poelnard Li Au Riot Tirnapudzai ins. Its collection of appealing slips of all sorts made Freud's fundamental point that the mind, however disheveled it might appear, is governed by firm rules. Thus, to give but one typical instance, the presiding officer of the Austrian parliament, facing a disagreeable season, opened it with the formal declaration that it was hereby closed. That accident had been prompted by his hidden repugnance for the sessions ahead. Gradually, though still considered a radical, Freud acquired prestige and supporters. He had quarreled with Fliess in 1900, and, though their correspondence lingered on for some time, the two men never met again. Yet in 1902, after unconscionable delays, apparently generated by anti-Semitism combined with distrust of, he was finally appointed an associate the maverick innovator professor at the University of Vienna. Late that year, Freud and 4 other Viennese physicians began meeting every Wednesday night in his apartment at Berggasse 19 to discuss psychoanalytic questions. 4 years after, the group, grown to over a dozen regular participants, employed a paid secretary, Otto Rank, to take minutes and keep records. Finally, in 1908, it was transformed into the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society. At least some medical men, and a few women, were taking Freud's ideas seriously. In 1905, Freud buttressed the structure of psychoanalytic thought with the second pillar of his theory, the 3 essays on the theory of sexuality. It outlined perversions and normal development from childhood to puberty with a lack of censoriousness and an openness hitherto virtually Freud, A Brief Life, 17 unknown in medical literature. Again in 1905, Freud brought out his book on jokes and the first of his famous case histories, fragment of an analysis of a case of hysteria, nicknamed the Dora case. He published it to illustrate the uses of dream interpretation in psychoanalysis, and expose his failure to recognize the power of transference in the analytic situation, but its lack of empathy with his embattled teenage adolescent has made it controversial. In the following decade, Freud enriched the technique of psychoanalysis with 3 more sophisticated case histories: analysis of a phobia in a 5-year-old boy, Little Hans, notes upon a case of obsessional neurosis, Rat Man, in 1909, and psychoanalytic notes on an autobiographical account of a case of paranoia, Schreiber case, in 1911. Despite recent reanalysis, they remain lucid expository models across a wide spectrum of mental ailments. Then, from 1910 on, Freud published pioneering, exceedingly influential papers on technique, to establish psychoanalytic method on sound foundations. Nor did he neglect theory. Witness such an important paper as Formulations on the 2 Principles of Mental Functioning, 1911, in which he differentiated between the primary process, the primitive, unconscious element in the mind, and the secondary process, largely cons, eous and controlled. During these years, Freud also broke out of the circumscribed bounds of clinical and theoretical specialization by publishing papers on religion, literature, sexual mores, biography, sculpture, prehistory, and much else. Obsessive Ascetians and Religious Practices, 1907, Creative Writers and Daydreaming, 1908, Civilized Sexual Morality and Modern Nervous Illness, 1908, and his widely debated study of the origins of homosexuality, Leonardo da Vinci and a Memory of His Childhood, 1910, are only samples of his range. Freud took all of culture as his Prov 18, Freud, A Brief Life Ins. He was realizing the program he had outlined for himself in his youth, to solve some of the great riddles of human existence. Yet Freud also found the decade from 1905 to 1914 agitating with the progress of, and disagreeable splits within, a rapidly emerging international movement. His movement. Psychoanalytic politics took center stage. 2 principal sources of hope for the future of Freud's ideas, and later of envenomed contention, were the intelligent, socialist Viennese physician Alfred Adler, 187–1937, and the original, self-willed Swiss psychiatrist Carl G. Jung, 1875–1951. Adler had been among Freud's earliest adherents and remained for some years his most prominent Viennese advocate. But as professional interest in psychoanalysis, not all of it benevolent, grew apace, as Freud's upsetting ideas were being explored at psychiatrists' congresses. Freud aspired to enlarge the reach of psychoanalysis beyond its place of origin. Vienna, with its handful of followers, struck him as provincial, unsuitable as headquarters. The first breakthrough came in 1906, when Jung, then principal psychiatrist at the renowned clinic Bergholzli in Zurich, sent Freud an offprint. Freud responded promptly, a cordial correspondence blossomed, and the friendship was cemented by Jung's visit to Freud in early 1907. Freud was only 50, vigorous and productive, but he had long brooded on himself as aging and decrepit. He was seeking a successor who would carry the psychoanalytic dispensation to later generations and into a world larger than the Viennese, Jewish ambience to which psychoanalysis was then confined. Jung, a formidable presence and energetic debater, was an inspired discovery. He was not old, he was not Viennese, he was not Jewish. Jung was prominent in the First International Congress of Psychoanalysts at Salzburg in the spring of 1908, and was appointed, the following year, editor of a newly Freud, A Brief Life, 19-founded yearbook. Freud, delighted with Jung, anointed him his son, his crown prince accolades that Jung wel comed, indeed encouraged. Hence, when the International Psychoanalytic Association was founded in March 1910, in Nuremberg, Jung was Freud's logical, inevitable, choice for president. Freud's Viennese adherents saw their city displaced by Zurich as the center of psychoanalysis, and did not like it. A compromise was hammered out, and for some time peace reigned in the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society. But Adler was developing distinctive psychological ideas, which featured aggressiveness over sexuality, and organ inferiority as a dominant cause of neuroses. A split became inevitably, and, in the summer of 1911, Adler and some of his adherents resigned, leaving Freud and the Freudians in control of the Vienna Society. Freud was not without accolades. In September 1909, he had received an honorary doctorate at Clark University in Worcester, Massachusetts, as had Jung. But like Adler, Jung increasingly diverged from Freud's ideas. He had never been easy with the prominence Freud assigned to the sexual drive libido. By early 1912, these reservations took a personal turn. In response, Ernest Jones, Freud's principal English lieutenant, formed a defensive secret band of like-minded analysts, the Committee. It consisted of himself, Freud, Sander Ferenczi, a brilliant adherent from Budapest, the witty Viennese lawyer Hans Sachs, the astute Berlin clinician and theorist Karl Abraham, and Freud's amanuensis, the autodidact Otto Rank. It seemed needed. By late 1912, the correspondence between Jung and Freud had grown acrimonious, and in January 1914, Freud terminated his friendship with Jung. A split was only a matter of time. In the spring of 1914, Jung resigned from his powerful positions in the psychoanalytic movement. The strains of psychoanalytic politics did not keep Freud Freud, A Brief Life from continuing his explorations of an impressive variety of topics. In 1913, he published an audacious, highly speculative venture into psychoanalytic prehistory, totem and taboo, which specified the moment that savages, in some dim, remote past, entered culture by murdering their father and acquiring guilt feelings. Then, in 1914, he published, anonymously, The Moses of Michelangelo, uniting his admiration for Michelangelo's brooding sculpture with his powers of observation. In the same year, with an unsettling paper on narcissism, he subverted crucial aspects of psychoanalytic thought by throwing doubts upon his theory of drives hitherto divided into erotic and egoistic. But harrowing events on the world stage shouldered aside Freud's reassessment of psychoanalytic theory. On June 28, 1914, Austria's Archduke Francis Ferdinand and his consort were assassinated. 6 weeks later, on August 4, Europe was at war. The first casualty for psychoanalysis was Freud's eventually best-known case history, From the History of an Infantile Neurosis, Wolfman, written in the fall of 1914, but not published until 1918. Psychoanalytic activity almost ground to a halt. Many potential patients were at the front, most psychoanalysts were drafted into the medical corps, communications between enemies like Ernest Jones and Freud were severely truncated, psychoanalytic publications almost vanished, and congresses, the lifeblood of communication, were out of the question. For Freud, these were anxious times in other ways. All three of his sons were in the army, two of them almost daily in mortal danger. Yet the war did not idle Freud's mind. Having too much time on his hands, he used it to good purpose. Work was a defense against brooding. Between March and July 1915, he wrote a dozen fundamental papers on metapsychology, on the unconscious, on repression, on melancholia, but he refused to gather them into the basic textbook he had, Freud, A Brief Life, XXI, planned. He published 5 of the papers between 1915 and 1917, and destroyed the rest. His enigmatic dissatisfaction with them hints at the discontent that had fueled his paper on narcissism. His map of the mind was inadequate to the evidence he had accumulated in his clinical experience. But he still lacked a satisfactory alternative. That would have to wait until after the war. Another wartime activity, though more successful, gave Freud only modest pleasure. Beginning in 1915, he delivered lectures at the university, published as a single volume in 1917 as introductory lectures on psychoanalysis. With the cunning of the born popularizer, Freud opened with a series on ordinary experiences, slips of the tongue, unmotivated forgetting, then turned to dreams and concluded with the technical topic, neuroses. Frequently reprinted and widely translated, these introductory lectures finally secured Freud a wide audience. The war dragged on. Originally, somewhat to his surprise, an Austrian patriot, Freud wearied of the endless slaughter. He grew appalled at the chauvinism of intellectuals, the callousness of commanders, the stupidity of politicians. He had not yet fully acknowledged the theoretical significance of aggression, even though psychoanalysts had regularly encountered aggressiveness among their patients. But the war, beastly as it was, confirmed the skeptical psychoanalytic appraisal of human nature. Signs of revived activity came shortly before the end of hostilities. In September 1918, for the first time since 1913, psychoanalysts from Germany and Austria-Hungary met in Budapest. 2 months later, the war was over. To the family's immense relief, all of Freud's sons survived it. But the time for worry was far from over. The defeated powers were faced with revolution, drastically transformed from empires into republics, and saddled with stringent, Vindic XXII, Freud, A Brief Life peace treaties stripping them of territory and resources. Vienna was hungry, cold, desperate. Food and fuel shortages produced deadly ailments, tuberculosis and influenza. In this stressful situation, Freud, who wasted no tears on the departed Habsburg Empire, proved an energetic, imaginative manager. The portrait of Martha Freud, shielding hair professor from domestic realities, needs revision. Freud dispatched precise requests abroad to relatives, friends, associates, specifying what nourishment and clothing his family needed most, and how to send packages safely. Then, in January 1920, post-war misery struck home with deadly force. Freud's beloved second daughter Sophie, married and living in Hamburg, mother of 2 children, died in the influenza epidemic. It has been plausibly argued that her death suggested the pessimistic drive theory that Freud now developed. Actually, he had virtually completed Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920, which first announced Freud's theory of the death drive, the year before. Once Freud had adopted this construct, in which the forces of life, eros, dramatically confront the forces of death, thanatos, he found himself unable to think any other way. In 1923, in his classic study The Ego and the ID, he completed his revisions. He now proposed a structural theory of the mind, which visualizes the mind as divided into 3 distinct yet interacting agencies: the ID, the wholly unconscious domain of the mind, consisting of the drives and of material later repressed; the ego, which is partly conscious and contains the defense mechanisms and the capacities to calculate, reason, and plan; and the superego, also only partly conscious, which harbors the conscience and, beyond that, unconscious feelings of guilt. This new scheme did not lead Freud to abandon his classic characterization of mental activity, emphasizing the distance of thoughts from awareness as Freud, A Brief Life, XXIII, either conscious, or preconscious, or wholly unconscious. But he now made the decisive point that many of the mental operations of the ego, and of the superego as well, are inaccessible to direct introspection. Meanwhile, the psychoanalytic movement was flourishing. Freud was becoming a household word, though he detested the sensationalized attention the popular press gave him. Better, in 1920, at the first post-war Congress at The Hague, former enemies met as friends. Freud was accompanied by his daughter Anna, whom he was then analyzing and who joined the Vienna Psychoanalytic Society in 1922. In that year, the analysts convened in Berlin. It was the last Congress Freud ever attended. In April 1923, he was operated on for a growth in his palate. While for months his doctors and closest associates pretended that the growth was benign, by September the truth was out: he had cancer. Severe operations followed in the fall. From then on Freud, compelled to wear a prosthesis, was rarely free of discomfort or pain. But he never stopped working. While he had trouble speaking, he continued to analyze patients, many of them American physicians who came to Vienna as his pupils and returned to analyze in New York or Chicago. He continued to revise his theories. From the mid-1992s on, he wrote controversial papers on female sexuality, and, in 1926, Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, which reversed his earlier thinking on anxiety, now treating it as a danger signal. Moreover, he wrote essays that found a relatively wide public: The Future of an Illusion, A Convinced Atheist's Dissection of Religion, in 1927, and, in 1930, Civilization and Its Discontents, A Disillusioned Look at Modern Civilization on the Verge of Catastrophe. In 1933, that catastrophe came. On January 30, Hitler was appointed Chancellor in Germany, and from then on XXIV, Freud, A Brief Life, Austrian Nazis, already active, increasingly intervened in politics. The old guard was disappearing. Karl Abraham had died prematurely in 1925, Sander Ferenczi followed him in 1933. Freud's closest friends were gone. But Freud was unwilling to leave the Vienna he hated and loved. He was too old, he did not want to desert, and besides, the Nazis would never invade his country. On the morning of March 12, 1938, the Germans proved him wrong. As the Nazis marched in, a jubilant populace greeted them. Spontaneous anti-Semitic outrages surpassed anything Germans had witnessed after 5 years of Nazi rule. Late in March, Anna was summoned to Gestapo headquarters. While she was released unharmed, the trauma changed Freud's mind: he must emigrate. It took months to satisfy the Nazi government's extortii_ons, but on June 4, Freud left for Paris, welcomed by his former analysand and loving disciple, Princess Marie Bonaparte. On June 6, Freud landed in London, preceded by most of his family, to die in freedom. Aged and ill, he kept on working. Freud's last completed book, Moses and Monotheism, irritated and dismayed his Jewish readers with its assertion that Moses had been an Egyptian. He ended life as he had lived it, a disturber of the peace. He died bravely on September 23, 1939, asking his physician for a lethal dose of morphine. Freud did not believe in personal immortality, but his work lives on. About this book in 1920, in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Freud developed what came to be called the structural theory of mind, which portrays two fundamental drives: libido, or the drive Freud, a brief life, XXV toward life, and the death drive, wrestling with one another for preeminence, and which shows the three central institutions of the mind, the ID, the ego, and the superego, as all at least partly unconscious. 3 years later, in the present volume, he worked out important implications of these ideas. It must rank as the most significant work of Freud's later years. While highly theoretical, The Ego and the ID is, as Freud put it in the preface, closer to psychoanalysis, closer to clinical experience, than its predecessor of 1920. It is worth noting that he might well have called this little book The Ego, the ID, and the Superego, for he gives the last of this trio some detailed discussion. Yet the heart of his concern is the ego, which he sees battling with three forces, the ID, the superego, and the outside world. He never quite settled the question of its powers. Much work on that and related matters was to be done after his death, by psychoanalytic theorists like Heinz Hartmann, Ernst Kriss, and Rudolf Lowenstein, but in this text he sees it as a rider who pretty much goes where the horse wants to go. Editor's Introduction /CHUND-ES, A. German editions, 1923 Leipzig, Vienna, and Zurich, Internationaler Psychoanalytischer Verlag. pp. 77. 1925 GS, 6, -351 to 405. 1931 Theoretische Schriften, 338 to -91. 1940 Guaranese W, 13, 237 to 289. 1927-1961, B. English translation, The Ego and the ID, London, Hogarth Press and Institute of Psychoanalysis. pp. 88. T. R. Joan Riviere. S.E., 19, 3-66. Largely modified version of above. The present translation is a corrected reprint of the Standard Edition version. This book appeared in the third week of April, 1923, though it had been in Freud's mind since at least the previous July. Jones, 1957, 104. On September 26, 1922, at the 7th International Psychoanalytical Congress, which was held in Berlin and was the last he ever attended, he read a short paper with the title Etwas vom Unbewussten zum XXVIII, Editorsintroduction Remarks on the Unconscious, in which he foreshadowed the contents of the book. An abstract of this paper, which was never itself published, appeared that autumn in the INT Zeitschrift für Psychoanalyse, 5, 4, 486, 1 and, although there is no certainty that it was written by Freud himself, it is worthwhile recording it. Some remarks on the unconscious. The speaker repeated the familiar history of the development of the concept unconscious in psychoanalysis. Unconscious was in the first instance a purely descriptive term which accordingly included what is temporarily latent. The dynamic view of the process of repression made it necessary, however, to give the unconscious a systematic sense, so that the unconscious had to be equated with the repressed. What is latent and only temporarily unconscious received the harn of preconscious and, from the systematic point of view, was brought into close proximity to the conscious. The double meaning of the term unconscious undoubtedly involved disadvantages, though they were of little significance and were difficult to avoid. It has turned out, however, that it is not practicable to regard the repressed as coinciding with the unconscious and the ego with the preconscious and conscious. The speaker discussed the two facts which show that in the ego too there is an unconscious, which behaves dynamically like the repressed unconscious, the two facts of a resistance proceeding from the ego during analysis and of an unconscious sense of guilt. He announced that in a book which was shortly to appear, The Ego and the Idea, he had a translation was published in the INT/Psychoanal. The next year, 367. The date of the reading of the paper is there misprinted September 25. It is reprinted here in a slightly modified form. Editor's Introduction. XXIX made an attempt to estimate the influence which these new discoveries must have upon our view of the unconscious. The Ego and the ID is the last of Freud's major theoretical works. It offers a description of the mind and its workings which is at first sight new and even revolutionary, and indeed all psychoanalytic writings that date from after its publication bear the unmistakable imprint of its effects, at least in regard to their terminology. But, in spite of all its fresh insights and fresh syntheses, we can trace, as so often with Freud's apparent innovations, the seeds of his new ideas in earlier, and sometimes in far earlier, writings. The forerunners of the present general picture of the mind had been successively the project of 1895, Freud, 1950a, the seventh chapter of the Interpretation of Dreams, 1900a, and the Metapsychological Papers of 1915. In all of these, the interrelated problems of mental functioning and mental structure were inevitably considered, though with varying stress upon the two aspects of the question. The historical accident that psychoanalysis had its origin in connection with the study of hysteria led at once to the hypothesis of repression, or, more generally, of defense, as a mental function, and this in turn to a topographical hypothesis to a picture of the mind as including two portions, one repressed and the other repressing. The quality of consciousness was evidently closely involved in these hypotheses, and it was easy to equate the repressed part of the mind with what was unconscious and the repressing part with what was conscious. Freud's earlier pictorial diagrams of the mind, in the Interpretation of Dreams, Standard ed. 5, 537-41, and in his letter to Fliess of December 6, 1896, Freud, 1950a, letter 52, were representations of this view of the position. And this apparently simple scheme underlay all of Freud's earlier theoretical ideas, functionally, a REXX, editorship pressed force endeavoring to make its way into activity but held in check by a repressing force, and structurally, an unconscious opposed by an ego. Nevertheless, complications soon became manifest. It was quickly seen that the word unconscious was being used in two senses, the descriptive sense, which merely attribute the particular quality to a mental state, and the dynamic sense, which attributed a particular function to a mental state. This distinction was already stated, though not in these terms, in the Interpretation of Dreams, Standard ed. 5, 614-15. It was stated much more clearly in the English paper written for the Society for Psychical Research, 1912 grams, Ibid. 12, 262. But from the first another, more obscure notion was already involved, as was plainly shown by the pictorial diagrams, the notion of systems in the mind. This implied a topographical or structural division of the mind based on something more than function, a division into portions to which it was possible to attribute a number of differentiating characteristics and methods of operating. Some such idea was no doubt already implied in the phrase the unconscious, which appeared very early, e.g. in a footnote to the Studies on Hysteria, 1895d, Standard ed. 2, 76. The concept of a system became explicit in the Interpretation of Dreams, 1900a, Ibid. 5, 536-7. From the terms in which it was there introduced, topographical imagery was at once suggested, though Freud gave a warning against taking this literally. There were a number of these systems, mnemic, perceptual, and so on, and among them the unconscious, Ibid. 541, which for simplicity's sake was to be designated as the system UCS. In these earlier passages all that was overtly meant by this unconscious system was the repressed, until we reach the final section of the Interpretation of Dreams, Ibid. 5, 611 ff, where something with a much wider scope was indicated. Thereafter the question editor's introduction, XXXI, remained in abeyance until the SPR paper, 1912 grams, already referred to, where, besides the clear differentiation between the descriptive and dynamic uses of the term unconscious, in the last sentences of the paper, a third, systematic, use was defined. It may be noted that in this passage, Ibid. 12, 266, it was only for this systematic unconscious that Freud proposed to use the symbol UCS. All this seems very straightforward, but, oddly enough, the picture was blurred once more in the metapsychological paper on the unconcise, 1915e. In section 2 of that paper, IBID 14, 172 ff, there were no longer 3 uses of the term unconscious but only 2. The dynamic use disappeared, and was presumably subsumed into the systematic 1,2 which was still to be called the UCS, though it now included the repressed. Finally, in Chapter I of the present work, as well as in Lecture XXXI of the new introductory lectures, 1933a, Freud reverted to the threefold distinction and classification, though at the end of the chapter he applied the abbreviation UCS. Inadvertently perhaps, to all 3 kinds of unconscious, P8. But the question now arose whether, as applied to a SYSTEM, the term unconscious was at all appropriate. In the structural picture of the mind, what had from the first been most clearly differentiated from the unconscious had been the ego. And it now began to appear that the ego itself ought partly to be described as unconscious. This was pointed out in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, in a sentence which read in the first edition, 1920 grams. It may be that much of the ego is itself unconscious / only a part of it, probably, is covered by the term preconscious. In the second EDI2 THE terms seem to be definitely equated in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920 grams, IBID, 18, 20, LP.L, 4, 14. 3.1.e not merely in the descriptive but also in the dynamic sense XXXII, EDITORSINTRODUCTION. A year later, this sentence was altered to, it is certain that much of the ego is itself unconscious. Only a small part of it is covered by the term preconscious. For and this discovery and the grounds for it were stated with still greater insistence in the first chapter of the present work. It had thus become apparent that, alike as regards the unconscious and as regards the ego, the criterion of consciousness was no longer helpful in building up a structural picture of the mind. Freud accordingly abandoned the use of consciousness in this capacity. Being conscious was henceforward to be regarded simply as a quality which might or might not be attached to a mental state. The old descriptive sense of the term was in fact all that remained. The new terminology which he now introduced had a highly clarifying effect and so made further clinical advances possibly. But it did not in itself involve any fundamental changes in Freud's views on mental structure and functioning. Indeed, the 3 newly presented entities, the ID, the ego, and the superego, all had lengthy past histories, 2 of them under other names, and these will be worth examining. The term AASEs 5, as Freud himself explains below, p. 17, was derived in the first instance from George Grodek, a physician practicing at Baden-Baden, who had recently become attached to psychoanalysis and with whose wide-ranging ideas Freud felt much sympathy. Grodek seems in turn to have derived das Es from his own teacher, Ernst Schwenninger, a well-known German physician of an earlier 4 Freud had actually already spoken in the opening sentence of his second paper on the neuropsychoses of defense, 1896b, of the psychical mechanism of defense as being unconscious. 5 THERE was to begin with a good deal of discussion over the choice of an English equivalent. The ID was eventually decided upon in preference to the id, so as to be parallel with the long-established ego. Editor's Introduction, XXXII Generation. But, as Freud also points out, the use of the word certainly goes back to Nietzsche. In any case, the term was adapted by Freud to a different and more precise meaning than Grodek's. It cleared up and in part replaced the ill-defined uses of the earlier terms, the unconscious, the UCS, and the systematic unconscious. 6 The position in regard to da/ch is a good deal less clear. The term had of course been in familiar use before the days of Freud, but the precise sense which he himself attached to it in his earlier writings is not unambiguous. It seems possible to detect 2 main uses, one in which the term distinguishes a person's self as a whole, including, perhaps, his body, from other people, and the other in which it denotes a particular part of the mind characterized by special attributes and functions. It is in this second sense that the term was used in the elaborate account of the ego in Freud's early project of 1895. Freud, 1950a, Part I, Section 14, and it is in this same sense that it is used in the Anatomy of the Mind in the Ego and the ID. But in some of his intervening works, particularly in connection with narcissism, the ego seems to correspond rather to the self. It is not always easy, however, to draw a line between these two senses of the word. 7 What is quite certain, however, is that, after the isolated 6th symbol UCS disappears after the present work, except for a single belated occurrence in Moses and Monotheism, 193. Chapter 3, Part 1, E, where oddly enough it is used in the descriptive sense. Freud continued to use the term the unconscious, though with diminishing frequency, as a synonym for the ID. 7j in a few places in the standard edition where the sense seemed to demand it, ch has been translated by the self. There is a passage in Civilization and its Discontents, 1930a, towards the beginning of the fourth paragraph of Chapter 1, in which Freud himself explicitly equates das Selbst and ch and, in the course of a discussion of the moral responsibility for dreams, 1925i, SE, 19, 133, he makes a clear distinction between the two uses of the German word LCH. XXXIV, EDITORSLNTRODUCTIO. An attempt in the project of 1895 at a detailed analysis of the structure and functioning of the ego, Freud left the subject almost untouched for some 15 years. His interest was concentrated on his investigations of the unconscious and its instincts, particularly the sexual ones, and in the part they played in normal and abnormal mental behavior. The fact that repressive forces played an equally important part was, of course, never overlooked and was always insisted on, but the closer examination of them was left to the future. It was enough for the moment to give them the inclusive name of the ego. There were two indications of a change, both round about the year 1910. In a paper on psychogenic disturbances of vision, 1910i, there comes what seems to be a first mention of ego instincts, Standard ed. 11, 214, which combine the functions of repression with those of self-preservation. The other and more important development was the hypothesis of narcissism, which was first proposed in 1909 and which led the way to a detailed examination of the ego and its functions in a variety of connections in the study on Leonardo, 1910c, in the Schreiber case history, 1911c, in the paper on the two principles of mental functioning, 1911b, in the paper on narcissism itself, 1914c, and in L the metapsychological paper on the unconscious, 1915e. In this last work, however, a further development occurred. What had been described as the ego now became the SYSTEM-CS, PCS. 8. It is the system which is the progenitor of the ego as we have it in the new and corrected terminology, from which, as we have seen, the confusing connection with the quality of consciousness has been removed. The functions of the system CS, PCS, as enumerated in 8 THESE abbreviations, like the UCS. Go back to the interpretation of dreams, 19L0, Standard ed. 5, 540 N. Editor's Introduction, XXXV. The Unconscious, Standard ed. 14, 188, includes such activities as censorship, reality testing, and so on, all of which are now assigned to the ego. There is one particular function, however, whose examination was to lead to momentous results: the self-critical faculty. This and the COR-related sense of guilt attracted Freud's interest from early days, chiefly in connection with the obsessional neurosis. His theory that obsessions are transformed self-reproaches for sexual pleasure enjoyed in childhood was fully explained in Section 2 of his second paper on the neuropsychoses of defense, 1896b, after being outlined somewhat earlier in his letters to Fliess. That the self-reproaches may be unconcise was already implied at this stage, and was stated specifically in the paper on obsessive actions and religious practices, 1907b, Standard ed. 9, 123. It was only with the concept of narcissism, however, that light could be thrown on the actual mechanism of these self-reproaches. In section 3 of his paper on narcissism, 1914c, Freud began by suggesting that the narcissism of infancy is replaced in the adult by devotion to an ideal ego set up within himself. He then put forward the notion that there may be a special psychical agency whose task it is to watch the actual ego and measure it by the ideal ego or ego ideal. He seemed to use the terms indiscriminately, Standard ed. 1495. He attributed the number of functions to this agency, including the normal conscience, the dream censorship and certain paranoid delusions. In the paper on Mourning and Melancholia, 1917e 1915, he further made this agency responsible for pathological states of mourning, Ibid. 14, 247, and insisted more definitely that it is something apart from the rest of the ego, and this was made still more clear in Group Psychology, 1921c. It must be noticed, however, that here the distinction between the ego ideal itself and the agency concerned with its enforcement had been dropped. The XXXVI, editor's introduction agency, was specifically called the ego ideal, Standard ed. 18, 109-10. It is as an equivalent to the ego ideal that Das Übrige 9 makes its first appearance, p. 22 below, though its aspect as an enforcing or prohibiting agency predominates later. Indeed, after the ego and the ID and the 2 or 3 shorter works immediately following it, the ego ideal disappears almost completely as a technical term. It makes a brief re-emergence in a couple of sentences in the new introductory lectures, 1933a, Lecture XXXI, but here we find a return to the original distinction, for an important function attributed to the superego is to act as the vehicle of the ego ideal by which the ego measures itself. Almost the exact terms in which underscore the ego ideal was first introduced in the paper on narcissism, Standard ed. 1493. But this distinction may seem to be an artificial one when we turn to Freud's account of the genesis of the superego. This account, in Chapter 3, is no doubt the part of the book second in importance only to the main thesis of the threefold division of the mind. The superego is there shown to be derived from a transformation of the child's earliest object cathexes into identifications. It takes the place of the Oedipus complex. This mechanism, the replacement of an object cathexis by an identification and the introjection of the former object, had been first applied by Freud, in his study of Leonardo, 1910c, to the explanation of one type of homosexuality, in which a boy replaces his love for his mother by identifying himself with her, Standard ed. U. 100. He next applied the same notion to states of depression in Mourning and Melancholia, 1917e, Ibid. 14, 249. 9 Jones, 1957, 305n, remarks that the term had been used earlier by Münsterberg, 1908, though, he adds, it was in a different sense and it is unlikely that Freud had come across the passage. Editor's introduction, XXXVII. Further and more elaborate discussions of these various kinds of identifications and introjections were pursued in chapters 7, 8, and 11 of Group Psychology, 1921c, but it was only in the present work that Freud arrived at his final views on the derivation of the superego from the child's earliest object relations. Having once established his new account of the anatomy of the mind, Freud was in a position to examine its implications, and this he already does in the later pages of the book. The relation between the divisions of the mind and the two classes of instincts, and the interrelations between the divisions of the mind themselves, with special reference to the sense of guilt. But many of these questions, and in particular the last one, were to form the subject of other writings which followed in rapid succession. See, for instance, The Economic Problem of Masochism, 1924c, The Dissolution of the Oedipus Complex, 1924d, the two papers on Neurosis and Psychosis, 192,4h and 1924e, and the one on the anatomical distinction between the sexes, 1925j, all in Standard ed. 19, as well as the still more important Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, 1926d, published only a little later. Finally, a further long discussion of the superego, together with an interesting examination of the proper use of the terms superego, conscience, sense of guilt, need for punishment and remorse will be found in chapters 7 and 8 of Civilization and Its Discontents, 1930a. Extracts from the earlier, 1927, translation of this work were included in Rickman's General Selection from the Works of Sigmund Freud, 1937, 245-74. Editorial editions, whether to the text or the footnotes, are printed in square brackets. Preface. The present discussions are a further development of some trains of thought which I opened up in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920 grams, and to which, as I remarked there, my attitude was one of a kind of benevolent curiosity. In the following pages these thoughts are linked to various facts of analytic observation, and an attempt is made to arrive at new conclusions from this conjunction. In the present work, however, there are no fresh borrowings from biology, and on that account it stands closer to psychoanalysis than does Beyond the Pleasure Principle. It is more in the nature of a synthesis than of a speculation, and seems to have had an ambitious aim in view. I am conscious, however, that it does not go beyond the roughest outline, and with that limitation I am perfectly content. In these pages things are touched on which have not yet been the subject of psychoanalytic consideration, and it has not been possible to avoid trenching upon some theories which have been put forward by non-analysts or by former analysts on their retreat from analysis. I have elsewhere always been ready to acknowledge what I owe to other workers, but in this instance I feel burdened by no such debt. 1 Standard ed. 18, 59, lp.l, 4, 5311, Preface of Gratitude. If psychoanalysis has not hitherto shown its appreciation of certain things, this has never been because it overlooked their achievement or sought to deny their importance, but because it followed a particular path, which had not yet led so far. And finally, when it has reached them, things have a different look to it from what they have to others. The ego and the ID consciousness and what is unconscious. In this introductory chapter there is nothing new to be said, and it will not be possible to avoid repeating what has often been said before. The division of the psychical into what is conscious and what is unconscious is the fundamental premise of psychoanalysis, and it alone makes it possible for psychoanalysis to understand the pathological processes in mental life, which are as common as they are important, and to find a place for them in the framework of science. To put it once more, in a different way, psychoanalysis cannot situate the essence of the psychical in consciousness, but is obliged to regard consciousness as a quality of the psychical, which may be present in addition to other qualities or may be absent. If I could suppose that everyone interested in psychology would read this book, I should also be prepared to find that at this point some of my readers would already stop short and would go no further, for here we have the first shibboleth of psychoanalysis. To most people who have been educated in philosophy, the idea of anything psychical which is not also conscious is so inconceivable that it seems to them absurd and refutable simply by logic. I believe this is only because they have never studied the relevant phenomena of hypnosis and dreams, which quite apart from pathological Sigmund Freud manifestations necessitate this view. Their psychology of consciousness is incapable of solving the problems of dreams and hypnosis. Being conscious one is in the first place a purely descriptive term, resting on perception of the most immediate and certain character. Experience goes on to show that a psychical element, for instance, an idea, is not as a rule conscious for a protracted length of time. On the contrary, a state of consciousness is characteristically very transitory. An idea that is conscious now is no longer so a moment later, although it can become so again under certain conditions that are easily brought about. In the interval the idea was we do not know what. We can say that it was latent, and by this we mean that it was capable of becoming conscious at any time. Or, if we say that it was unconscious, we shall also be giving a correct description of it. Here unconscious coincides with latent and capable of becoming conscious. The philosophers would no doubt object, no, the term unconscious is not applicable here. So long as the idea was in a state of latency it was not anything psychical at all. To contradict them at this point would lead to nothing more profitable than a verbal dispute. But we have arrived at the term or concept of the unconscious along another path, by considering certain experiences in which mental dynamics play a part. We have found that is, we have been obliged to assume that very one bewusstsein, in 2 words, in the original. Similarly in Chapter 2 of Lay Analysis, 1926e, Standard ed. 20, 197. Bewusstsein is the regular German word for consciousness, and printing it in 2 words emphasizes the fact that bewusst is in its form a passive participle being conscious. The English conscious is capable of an active or a passive use, but in these discussions it is always to be taken as passive. Cf. a footnote at the end of the editor's note to Freud's metapsychological paper on the unconscious, Standard ed. 14, 165. The ego and the id's powerful mental processes or ideas exist, and here a quantitative or economic factor comes into question for the first time, which can produce all the effects in mental life that ordinary ideas do, including effects that can in their turn become conscious as ideas, though they themselves do not become conscious. It is unnecessary to repeat in detail here what has been explained so often before. It is enough to say that at this point psychoanalytic theory steps in and asserts that the reason why such ideas cannot become conscious is that a certain force opposes them, that otherwise they could become conscious, and that it would then be apparent how little they differ from other elements which are admittedly psychical. The fact that in the technique of psychoanalysis a means has been found by which the opposing force can be removed and the ideas in question made conscious renders this theory irrefutable. The state in which the ideas existed before being made conscious is called by us repression, and we assert that the force which instituted the repression and maintains it is perceived as resistance during the work of analysis. Thus we obtain our concept of the unconscious from the theory of repression. The repressed is the prototype of the unconscious for us. We see, however, that we have 2 kinds of unconscious: the one which is latent but capable of becoming conscious, and the one which is repressed and which is not, in itself and without more ado, capable of becoming conscious. This piece of insight into psychical dynamics cannot fail to affect terminology and description. The latent, which is unconscious only descriptively, not in the dynamic sense, we call preconscious. We restrict the term to see, for instance, a note on the unconscious, 1912 grams, Standard ed. 12, 262 and 264. 6. Sigmund Freud unconscious to the dynamically unconscious repressed, so that now we have 3 terms, conscious, CS, preconscious, PCS, and unconscious, UCS, whose sense is no longer purely descriptive. The PCS is presumably a great deal closer to the CS than is the UCS, and since we have called the UCS psychical, we shall with even less hesitation call the latent PCS psychical. But why do we not rather, instead of this, remain in agreement with the philosophers and, in a consistent way, distinguish the PCS as well as the UCS from the conscious psychical? The philosophers would then propose that the PCS and the UCS should be described as 2 species or stages of the psychoid, and harmony would be established. But endless difficulties in exposition would follow, and the one important fact, that these 2 kinds of psychoid coincide in almost every other respect with what is admittedly psychical, would be forced into the background in the interests of a prejudice dating from a period in which these psychoids, or the most important part of them, were still unknown. We can now play about comfortably with our 3 terms, CS, PCS, and UCS, so long as we do not forget that in the descriptive sense there are 2 kinds of unconscious, but in the dynamic sense only 1.3. For purposes of exposition this distinction can in some cases be ignored, but in others it is of course indispensable. At the same time, we have become more or less accustomed to this ambiguity of the unconscious and have managed pretty well with it. As far as I can see, it is impossible to avoid this ambiguity. The distinction between conscious and unconscious is in the last resort a question of perception, which must be answered yes or no, and the act of perception itself tells us nothing of the three. Some comments on this sentence will be found in Appendix A, p. 63. The ego and the ID reason why a thing is or is not perceived. No one has a right to complain because the actual phenomenon expresses the dynamic factor ambiguously. 44 This may be compared so far with my note on the unconscious in psychoanalysis, 1912 grams. Cf. also sections I and II of the Metapsychology Cal paper on the unconscious, 1915e. A new tome taken by criticisms of the unconscious deserves consideration at this point. Some investigators, who do not refuse to recognize the facts of psychoanalysis but who are unwilling to accept the unconscious, find a way out of the difficulty in the fact, which no one contests, that in consciousness, regarded as a phenomenon, it is possible to distinguish a great variety of gradations in intensity or clarity. Just as there are processes which are very vividly, glaringly, and tangibly conscious, so we also experience others which are only faintly, hardly even noticeably conscious. Those that are most faintly conscious are, it is argued, the ones to which psychoanalysis wishes to apply the unsuitable name unconscious. These two, however, the argument proceeds, are conscious or in consciousness, and can be made fully and intensely concise if sufficient attention is paid to them. In so far as it is possible to influence by arguments the decision of a question of this kind which depends either on convention or on emotional factors, we may make the following comments. The reference to gradations of clarity in consciousness is in no way conclusive and has no more evidentile value than such analogous statements as, there are so very many gradations in illumination from the most glaring and dazzling light to the dimmest glimmer, therefore there is no such thing as darkness at all, or, there are varying degrees of vitality, therefore there is no such thing as death. Such statements may in a certain way have a meaning, but for practical purposes they are worthless. This will be seen if one tries to draw particular conclusions from them, such as, there is therefore no need to strike a light, or, therefore all organisms are immortal. Further, to include what is unnoticeable under the concept of what is conscious is simply to play havoc with the one and only piece of direct and certain knowledge that we have about the mind. And after all, a consciousness of which one knows nothing seems to me a good deal more absurd than something mental that is unconscious. Finally, this attempt to equate what is unnoticed with what is unconscious is obviously made without taking into account the dynamic conditions involved, which were the decisive factors in forming the psychoanalytic view. For it ignores two facts: first, that it is exceedingly difficult and requires very great effort to concentrate enough attention on something unnoticed of this kind, and secondly, that when this has been achieved the thought which was previously unnoticed is not ate. Sigmund Freud. In the further course of psychoanalytic work, however, even these distinctions have proved to be inadequate and, for practical purposes, insufficient. This has become clear in more ways than one, but the decisive instance is as follows. We have formed the idea that in each individual there is a coherent organization of mental processes, and we call this his ego. It is to this ego that consciousness is attached. The ego controls the approaches to motility, that is, to the discharge of excitations into the external world. It is the mental agency which supervises all its own constituent processes, and which goes to sleep at night, though even then it exercises the censorship on dreams. From this ego proceed the repressions, too, by means of which it is sought to exclude certain trends in the mind not merely from consciousness but also from other forms of effectiveness and activity. In analysis, these trends which have been shut out stand in opposition to the ego, and the analysis is faced with the task of removing the resistances which the ego displays against concerning itself with the repressed. Now we find during analysis that, when we put certain tasks before the patient, he gets into difficulties, his associations fail when they should be coming near the repressed. We then tell him that he is dominated by a resistance, but he is quite unaware of the fact, and, even if he guesses from his unpleasurable feelings that a resistance is now at work in him, he does not know what it is or how to describe it. Since, H. Weaver, there can be no question but that this resistance emanates from his ego and belongs to it, We find ourselves in an unforeseen situation. We have come upon something in the ego itself recognized by consciousness, but often seems entirely alien and opposed to it and is promptly disavowed by it. Thus, seeking refuge from the unconscious in what is scarcely noticed or unnoticed is after all only a derivative of the preconceived belief which regards the identity of the psychical and the conscious as settled once and for all. The ego and the ID which is also unconscious, which behaves exactly like the repressed, that is, which produces powerful effects without itself being conscious and which requires special work before it can be made conscious. From the point of view of analytic practice, the consequence of this discovery is that we land in endless obscurities and difficulties if we keep to our habitual forms of expression and try, for instance, to derive new roses from a conflict between the conscious and the unconscious. We shall have to substitute for this antithesis another, taken from our insight into the structural conditions of the mind, the antithesis between the coherent ego and the repressed which is split off from it. 5. For our conception of the unconscious, however, the consequences of our discovery are even more important. Dynamic considerations caused us to make our first correction, our insight into the structure of the mind leads to the second. We recognize that the UCS does not coincide with the repressed. It is still true that all that is repressed is UCS, but not all that is UCS is repressed. A part of the ego, too, and heaven knows how important a part may be UCS, undoubtedly is UCS. 6. And this UCS belonging to the ego is not latent like the PCS, for if it were, it could not be activated without becoming CS, and the process of making it conscious would not encounter such great difficulties. When we find ourselves thus confronted by the necessity of postulating a third UCS, which is not repressed, we must admit that the characteristic of being unconscious begins to lose significance for us. It becomes a quality which can have many meanings, a quality which we are unable to make, as 5 cf beyond the pleasure principle, 1920 grams, s pound. 18, 19, IPL, 4, 13. 6. This had already been stated not only in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Joe CIT, but earlier, in the Unconscious, 1915e, Standard ed., 14, 192-3. Indeed, it was implied in a remark at the beginning of the second paper on the neuropsychoses of defense, 1896b. 10. Sigmund Freud. We should have hoped to do, the basis of far-reaching and inevitable conclusions. Nevertheless, we must beware of ignoring this characteristic, for the property of being conscious or not is in the last resort our one beacon light in the darkness of depth psychology. 2. The ego and the ID. Pathological research has directed our interest too exclusively to the repressed. We should like to learn more about the ego, now that we know that it, too, can be unconscious in the proper sense of the word. Hitherto the only guide we have had during our investigations has been the distinguishing mark of being conscious or unconscious. We have finally come to see how ambiguous this can be. Now all our knowledge is invariably bound up with consciousness. We can come to know even the UCS only by making it conscious. But stop, how is that possible? What does it mean when we say making something conscious? How can that come about? We already know the point from which we have to start in this connection. We have said that consciousness is the surface of the mental apparatus, that is, we have ascribed it as a function to a system which is spatially the first one reached from the external world, and spatially not only in the functional sense but, on this occasion, also in the sense of anatomical dissection. Point 1. Our investigations too must take this perceiving surface as a starting point. All perceptions which are received from without, sense 1 Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Standard ed., 18, 26, I.pl, 4, 2012, Sigmund Freud. Perceptions, and from within what we call sensations and feelings, are CS from the start. But what about those inter-NAL processes which we may roughly and inexactly sum up under the name of thought processes? They represent displacements of mental energy which are effected somewhere in the interior of the apparatus as this energy proceeds on its way towards action. Do they advance to the surface, which causes consciousness to be generated? Or does consciousness make its way to them? This is clearly one of the difficulties that arise when one begins to take the spatial or topographical idea of mental life seriously. Both these possibilities are equally unimaginable. There must be a third alternative. 2. I have already, in another place 3 suggested that the real difference between a UCS and a PCS idea, thought, consists in this, that the former is carried out on some material which remains unknown, whereas the latter, the PCS, is in addition brought into connection with word presentations. This is the first attempt to indicate distinguishing marks for the two systems, the PCS and the UCS, other than their relation to consciousness. The question, how does a thing become conscious, would thus be more advantageously stated, how does a thing become preconscious? And the answer would be, through becoming connected with the word presentations corresponding to it. These word presentations are residues of memories, they were at one time perceptions, and like all mnemic residues they can become conscious again. Before we concern ourselves further with their nature, it dawns upon us like a new discovery that only something which has once been a CS2 this had been discussed at greater length in the second section of the Unconscious, 1915e, Standard ed., 18, 173-6. 3. The Unconscious IBID, 201 ff. The ego and the ID, 13 perception can become conscious, and that anything arising from within, apart from feelings, that seeks to become conscious must try to transform itself into external perceptions. This becomes possible by means of memory traces. We think of the RJNEMIC, _XASB contained into systems which are directly adjacent the system PCPTCS, so that the from within cathexes of those residues onto the elements of the Lgatunter Reset Styleme.4 xt Wenda immediately think here of hallucinations, and of the fact from te hem waxten veteiad mandem foroimus onweek cyteserdniazal tip negrosia stabaln. 5. Bob Tut. It will also occur to us at once that when a memory is revived the cathexis remains in the mnemic system. Whereas a hallucination, which is not distinguishable from a perception, can arise when the cathexis does not merely spread over from the memory trace onto the PCJT element, but passes over to it entirely. Verbal residues are derived primarily from auditory perception 6 so that the system PCS has, as it were, a special sensory source. The visual components of word presentations are secondary, acquired through reading, and may to begin with be left on one side, so may the motor images of words, which, except with deaf mutes, play the part of auxiliary indications. In essence, a word is after all the mnemic residue of a word that has been heard. We must not be led, in the interests of simplification perhaps, to forget the importance of optical mnemic resi for cf. Chapter 7, b, of the Interpretation of Dreams, 19, x, l, Standard ed., 5, 538. 5. This view had been expressed by Brewer in his theoretical contribution to Studies on Hysteria, 1895d, Standard ed., 2, 188. 6. Freud had arrived at this conclusion in his monograph on aphasia, 1891b, on the basis of pathological findings, IBID, 92-4. The point is represented in the diagram reproduced from that work in Appendix C to the paper on the Unconscious, Standard ed., 14, 214. Sigmund Freud does, when they are of things, or to deny that it is possible for thought processes to become conscious through a reversion to visual residues, and that in many people this seems to be the favored method. The study of dreams and of preconscious fantasies as shown in Verendonck's Observations 7 can give us an idea of the special character of this visual thinking. We learn that what becomes conscious in it is as a rule only the concrete subject matter of the thought, and that the relations between the various elements of the subject matter, which is what specially characterizes thoughts, cannot be given visual expression. Thinking in pictures is, therefore, only a very incomplete form of becoming conscious. In some way, too, it stands nearer to unconscious processes than does thinking in words, and it is unquestionably older than the latter both ontogenetically and phylogenetically. To return to our argument, if, therefore, this is the way in which something that is in itself unconscious becomes preconscious, the question how we make something that is repressed, pre-conscious would be answered as follows. It is done by supplying PCS intermediate links through the work of analysis. Consciousness remains where it is, therefore, but, on the other hand, the UCS does not rise into the CS, whereas the relation of external perceptions to the ego is quite perspicuous, that of internal perceptions to the ego requires special investigation. It gives rise once more to a doubt whether we are really right in referring the whole of consciousness to the single superficial system PCPTCS. Internal perceptions yield sensations of processes arising in the most diverse and certainly also in the deepest strata of the mental apparatus. Very little is known about these 7 cf. Verendonck, 1921, a book to which Freud contributed an introduction, 1921b. The ego and the ID, 15 sensations and feelings, those belonging to the pleasure-unpleasure series may still be regarded as the best examples of them. They are more primordial, more elementary, than perceptions arising externally, and they can come about even when consciousness is clouded. I have elsewhere expressed my views about their greater economic significance and the metapsychological reasons for this. These sensations are multilocular, like external perceptions. They may come from different places simultaneously and may thus have different or even opposite qualities. Sensations of a pleasurable nature have not anything inherently impelling about them, whereas unpleasurable ones have it in the highest degree. The latter impel towards change, towards discharge, and that is why we interpret unpleasure as implying a heightening and pleasure a lowering of energetic cathexis. 9 Let us call what becomes conscious as pleasure and unpleasure a quantitative and qualitative something in the course of mental events. The question then is whether this something can become conscious in the place where it is, or whether it must first be transmitted to the system. PCPT clinical experience decides for the latter. It shows us that this something behaves like a repressed impulse. It can exert driving force without the ego noticing the compulsion. Not until there is resistance to the compulsion, a hold up in the discharge reaction, does the something at once become conscious as unpleasure. In the same way that tensions arising from physical needs can remain unconscious, so also can pain, a thing intermediate between external and internal perception, which behaves like an internal perception. Even 8 Beyond the Pleasure Principle. 23. 1920 grams, Standard ed., 18, 29, IPL, 4, 9 Ibid, 8, and Ibid, 2. 16, Sigmund Freud. When its source is in the external world, it remains true, therefore, that sensations and feelings, too, only become conscious through reaching the system. PCPT, if the way forward is barred, they do not come into being as sensations, although the something that corresponds to them in the course of excitation is the same as if they did. We then come to speak, in a condensed and not entirely correct manner, of unconscious feelings, keeping up an analogy with unconcise ideas which is not altogether justifiable. Actually, the difference is that, whereas with UCS, ideas connecting links must be created before they can be brought into the CS, with feelings, which are themselves transmitted directly, this does not occur. In other words, the distinction between CS and PCS has no meaning where feelings are concerned. The PCS here drops out and feelings are either conscious or unconscious. Even when they are attached to word presentations, their becoming conscious is not due to that circumstance, but they become so directly. 10 The part played by word presentations now becomes perfectly clear. By their interposition, internal thought processes are made into perceptions. It is like a demonstration of the theorem that all knowledge has its origin in external perception. When a hypercathexis of the process of thinking takes place, thoughts are actually perceived as if they came from without and are consequently held to be true. After this clarifying of the relations between external and internal perception and the superficial system PCPTCS, we can go on to work out our idea of the ego. It starts out, as we see, from the system PCPT, which is its nucleus, and begins by embracing the PCS, which is adjacent to the mnemic residues. But, as we have learned, the ego is also unconscious. Low cf section 3 of the Unconscious, 1915e, Standard ed. 14, 177-8. The ego and the ID. Now I think we shall gain a great deal by following the suggestion of a writer who, from personal motives, vainly asserts that he has nothing to do with the rigors of pure science. I am speaking of George Grodek, who is never tired of insisting that what we call our ego behaves entirely passively in life, and that, as he expresses it, we are lived by unknown and uncontrollable forces. 11 We have all had impressions of the same kind, even though they may not have overwhelmed us to the exclusion of all others, and we need feel no hesitation in finding a place for Grodek's discovery in the structure of science. I propose to take it into account by calling the entity which starts out from the system PCPT and begins by being PCS the ego, and by following Grodek in calling the other part of the mind, into which this entity extends and which behaves as though it were UCS, the ID. 12 We shall soon see whether we can derive any advantage from this view for purposes either of description or of understanding. We shall now look upon an individual as a psychical ID, unknown and unconscious, upon whose surface rests the ego, developed from its nucleus the PCPT system. If we make an effort to represent this pictorially, we may add that the ego does not completely envelop the ID, but only does so to the extent to which the system PCPT forms the ego's surface, more or less as the germinal disc rests upon the ovum. The ego is not sharply separated from the ID, its lower portion merges into it. But the repressed merges into the ID as well, and is merely a part of it. The repressed is only cut off sharply from the LL Grodek, 1923. 12 See Editor's Introduction, PXXXII. Grodek himself no doubt followed the example of Nietzsche, who habitually used this grammatical term for whatever in our nature is impersonal and, so to speak, subject to natural law. 18. Sigmund Freud. Ego. By the resistances of repression, it can communicate with the ego through the ID. We at once realize that almost all the lines of demarcation we have drawn at the instigation of pathology relate only to the superficial strata of the mental apparatus, the only ones known to us. The state of things which we have been describing can be represented diagrammatically, Fig. 1:13, though it must be remarked that the form chosen has no pretensions to any special applicability, but is merely intended to serve for purposes of exposition. We might add, perhaps, that the ego wears a cap of hearing 14-0 and one side only, as we learn from cerebral anatomy. It might be said to wear it awry. It is easy to see that the ego is that part of the ID which has been modified by the direct influence of the external F10. 113. Compare the slightly different diagram near the end of Lecture XXXI of the new introductory lectures, 1933a. The entirely different one in the interpretation of dreams, 1900a, Standard ed. 5, 541, and its predecessor in a letter to Fliess of December 6, 1896, Freud, 19500, letter 52, are concerned with function as well as structure. 14. Horkap, i.e. the auditory lobe. Cf. footnote 6, p. 13 above. The ego and the ID, 19 world through the medium of the PCPTCS, in a sense it is an extension of the surface differentiation. Moreover, the ego seeks to bring the influence of the external world to bear upon the ID and its tendencies, and endeavors to substitute the reality principle for the pleasure principle which reigns unrestrictedly in the ID. For the ego, perception plays the part which in the ID falls to instinct. The ego represents what may be called reason and common sense, in contrast to the ID, which contains the passions. All this falls into line with popular distinctions which we are all familiar with. At the same time, however, it is only to be regarded as holding good on the average or ideally. The functional importance of the ego is manifested in the fact that normally control over the approaches to motility devolves upon it. Thus in its relation to the ID it is like a man on horseback, who has to hold in check the superior strength of the horse, with this difference, that the rider tries to do so with his own strength while the ego uses borrowed forces. The analogy may be carried a little further. Often a rider, if he is not to be parted from his horse, is obliged to guide it where it wants to go. 15 So in the same way the ego is in the habit of transforming the id's will into action as if it were its own. Another factor, besides the influence of the system PCPT, seems to have played a part in bringing about the formation of the ego and its differentiation from the id. A person's own body, and above all its surface, is a place from which both external and internal perceptions may spring. It is seen like any other object, but to the touch it yields two kinds of sensations, one of which may be equivalent to an internal perception. Psychophysiology has fully discussed the man. 15 This analogy appears as an association to one of Freud's dreams in the Interpretation of Dreams, Standard ed. 4, 231. Sigmund Freud, in which a person's own body attains its special position among other objects in the world of perception. Pain, too, seems to play a part in the process, and the way in which we gain new knowledge of our organs during painful illnesses is perhaps a model of the way by which in general we arrive at the idea of our body. The ego is first and foremost a bodily ego. It is not merely a surface entity, but is itself the projection of a surface. 16 If we wish to find an anatomical analogy for it, we can best identify it with the cortical homunculus of the anatomists, which stands on its head in the cortex, sticks up its heels, faces backwards and, as we know, has its speech area on the left-hand side. The relation of the ego to consciousness has been entered into repeatedly, yet there are some important facts in this connection which remain to be described here. Accustomed as we are to taking our social or ethical scale of values along with us wherever we go, we feel no surprise at hearing that the scene of the activities of the lower passions is in the unconscious. We expect, moreover, that the higher any mental function ranks in our scale of values, the more easily it will find access to consciousness assured to it. Here, however, psychoanalytic experience disappoints us. On the one hand, we have evidence that even subtle and difficult intellectual operations which ordinarily require strenuous reflection can equally be carried out preconsciously and without coming into consciousness. Instances of this are quite incontestable. 16.1. The ego is ultimately derived from bodily sensations, chiefly from those springing from the surface of the body. It may thus be regarded as a mental projection of the surface of the body, besides, as we have seen above, representing the superficies of the mental apparatus. This footnote first appeared in the English translation of 1927, in which it was described as having been authorized by Freud. It does not appear in the German editions. The ego and the id, they may occur, for example, during the state of sleep, as is shown when someone finds, immediately after waking, that he knows the solution to a difficult mathematical or other problem with which he had been wrestling in vain the day before. 17 There is another phenomenon, however, which is far stranger. In our analyses we discover that there are people in whom the faculties of self-criticism and conscience mental activities, that is, that rank as extremely high ones, are unconscious and unconsciously produce effects of the greatest importance. The example of resistance remaining unconscious during analysis is therefore by no means unique. But this new discovery, which compels us, in spite of our better critical judgment, to speak of an unconscious sense of guilt, 18 bewilders us far more than the other and sets us fresh problems, especially when we gradually come to see that in a great number of neuroses an unconscious sense of guilt of this kind plays a decisive economic part and puts the most powerful obstacles in the way of recovery. 19 If we come back once more to our scale of values, we shall have to say that not only what is lowest but also what is highest in the ego can be unconscious. It is as if we were thus supplied with a proof of what we have just asserted of the conscious ego, that it is first and foremost a body ego. 171 was quite recently told an instance of this which was, in fact, brought up as an objection against my description of the dream work. Cf. the I1Nat Terpirsit Potiro Anzufadidi Aral Remades Y Standard appeared ed. 4, 64, and in Freud's paper 5, on 564. Obsessive Actions and Religious Practices, 1907b, Standard ed. 9, 123. The notion was, however, foreshadowed much earlier, in Section 2 of the first paper on the Neuropsychoses of Defense, 1894q. 19. This is further discussed below, p. 50 ff. 2-3. The ego and the superego, ego ideal. If the ego were merely the part of the ID modified by the influence of the perceptual system, the representative in the mind of the real external world, we should have a simple state of things to deal with. But there is a further complication. The considerations that led us to assume the existence of a grade in the ego, a differentiation within the ego, which may be called the ego ideal or superego, have been stated elsewhere. They still hold good. 2. The fact that this part of the ego is less firmly connected with consciousness is the novelty which calls for explanation. 1. See Editor's Introd, pages XXXVXXXVI. Cf. on Narcissism, an Introduction, 1914c, and Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, 1921c. 2. Except that I seem to have been mistaken in ascribing the function of reality testing to the superego, a point which needs correction. C 1921c, SE, 18, 114 and N2, PL, 6, 46 and N2, and the editor's note to the metapsychological paper on dreams, 1917d, 14, 220. It would fit in perfectly with the relations of the ego to the world of perception if reality testing remained a task of the ego itself. Some earlier suggestions about a nucleus of the ego, never very definitely formulated, also require to be put right, since the system PCPTCS alone can be regarded as the nucleus of the ego. In Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920 grams, Freud had spoken of the unconscious part of the ego as its nucleus, SE, 18, 19, I.pl, 4, 13, and in his later paper on humor, 1927d, he referred to the superego as the nucleus of the ego. The ego and the ID, 23. At this point we must widen our range a little. We succeed in explaining the painful disorder of melancholia by supposing that in those suffering from it an object which was lost has been set up again inside the ego, that is, that an object cathexis has been replaced by an identification. Point 3. At that time, however, we did not appreciate the full significance of this process and did not know how common and how typical it is. Since then we have come to understand that this kind of substitution has a great share in determining the form taken by the ego and that it makes an essential contribution towards building up what is called its character. Point 4. At the very beginning, in the individual's primitive oral phase, object cathexis and identification are no doubt indistinguishable from each other. 5. We can only suppose that later on object cathexes proceed from the ID, which feels erotic trends as needs. The ego, which to begin with is still feeble, becomes aware of the object cathexes, and either acquiesces in them or tries to fend them off by the process of repression. Point 6. When it happens that a person has to give up a sexual object, there quite often ensues an alteration of his ego. 3. Mourning and Melancholia, 1917e, Standard ed. 14, 249. 4. Some references to other passages in which Freud has discussed character formation will be found in an editor's footnote at the end of the paper on Character and Anal Erotism, 1908b, Standard ed. 9, 175. 5. Cf. Chap 7 of Group Psychology, 192c, SE, 18, 105, PL, 6, 37. 6a. An interesting parallel to the replacement of object choice by identification is to be found in the belief of primitive peoples, and in the prohibitions based upon it, that the attributes of animals which are incorporated as nourishment persist as part of the character of those who eat them. As is well known, this belief is one of the roots of cannibalism, and its effects have continued through the series of usages of the totem meal down to Holy Communion. Cf. Totem and Taboo, 1912-13, Standard ed. 13, 82, 142, 154-5, etc. The consequences ascribed by this belief to oral mastery of the object do in fact follow in the case of the later sexual object choice. Sigmund Freud, which can only be described as a setting up of the object inside the ego, as it occurs in melancholia, the exact nature of this substitution is as yet unknown to us. It may be that this introjection, which is a kind of regression to the mechanism of the oral phase, the ego makes it easier for the object to be given up or renders that process possible. It may be that this identification is the sole condition under which the ID can give up its objects. At any rate, the process, especially in the early phases of development, is a very frequent one, and it makes it possible to suppose that the character of the ego is a precipitate of abandoned object cathexes and that it contains the history of those object choices. It must, of course, be admitted from the outset that there are varying degrees of capacity for resistance, which decide the extent to which a person's character fends off or accepts the influences of the history of his erotic object choices. In women who have had many experiences in love, there seems to be no difficulty in finding vestiges of their object cathexes in the traits of their character. We must also take into consideration cases of simultaneous object cathexis and identification cases, that is, in which the alteration in character occurs before the object has been given up. In such cases, the alteration in character has been able to survive the object relation and in a certain sense to conserve it. From another point of view, it may be said that this transformation of an erotic object choice into an alteration of the ego is also a method by which the ego can obtain control over the ID and deepen its relations with it at the cost, it is true, of acquiescing to a large extent in the ID's experiences. When the ego assumes the features of the object, it is forcing itself, so to speak, upon the ID as a love object and is trying to make good the ID's loss by saying, "Look, you can love me too, I am so like the object." The transformation of object libido into narcissistic libido, the ego and the ID which thus takes place obviously implies an abandonment of sexual aims, a desexualization, a kind of sublimation, therefore. Indeed, the question arises, and deserves careful consideration, whether this is not the universal road to sublimation, whether all sublimation does not take place through the mediation of the ego, which begins by changing sexual object libido into narcissistic libido and then, perhaps, goes on to give it another aim. 7 We shall later on have to consider whether other instinctual vicissitudes may not also result from this transformation, whether, for instance, it may not bring about a diffusion of the various instincts that are fused together. 8 Although it is a digression from our aim, we cannot avoid giving our attention for a moment longer to the ego's object identifications. If they obtain the upper hand and become too numerous, unduly powerful, and incompatible with one another, a pathological outcome will not be far off. It may come to a disruption of the ego in consequence of the different identifications becoming cut off from one another by resistances. Perhaps the secret of the cases of what is described as multiple personality is that the different identifications seize hold of consciousness in tum. Even when things do not go so far as this, there remains the question of conflicts between the various identifications into which the ego comes apart, conflicts which cannot after all be described as entirely pathological. 7 Now that we have distinguished between the ego and the ID, we must recognize the ID as the great reservoir of libido indicated in my paper on narcissism, 1914c, Standard ed. 1475. The libido which flows into the ego owing to the identifications described above brings about its secondary narcissism. The point is elaborated below on p. 45. 8 Freud returns to the subject of this paragraph below, on pages 44 and 56. The concept of the fusion and diffusion of instincts is explained on pages 31 to 2. The terms had been introduced already in an encyclopedia article, 1923a, Standard ed. 18, 258. Sigmund Freud. But, whatever the character's later capacity for resisting the influences of abandoned object cathexes may turn out to be, the effects of the first identifications made in earliest childhood will be general and lasting. This leads us back to the origin of the ego ideal, for behind it there lies hidden an individual's first and most important identification, his identification with the father in his own personal prehistory. 9. This is apparently not in the first instance the consequence or outcome of an object cathexis, it is a direct and immediate identification and takes place earlier than any object cathexis. 10. But the object choices belonging to the first sexual period and relating to the father and mother seem normally to find their outcome in an identification of this kind, and would thus reinforce the primary one. The whole subject, however, is so complicated that it will be necessary to go into it in greater detail. The intricacy of the problem is due to two factors: the triangular character of the Oedipus situation and the constitutional bisexuality of each individual. In its simplified form, the case of a male child may be described as follows. At a very early age the little boy develops an object cathexis for his mother, which originally related to the mother's breast and is the prototype of an 9. Perhaps it would be safer to say with the parents, for before a child has arrived at definite knowledge of the difference between the sexes, the lack of a penis, it does not distinguish in value between its father and its mother. I recently came across the instance of a young married woman whose story showed that, after noticing the lack of a penis in herself, she had supposed it to be absent not in all women, but only in those whom she regarded as inferior, and had still supposed that her mother possessed one. Cf. a footnote to The Infantile Genital Organization, 1923, SE, 19, 145 L. In order to simplify my presentation, I shall discuss only identification with the father. 10. See the beginning of Chapter 7 of Group Psychology, 192 1c, Standard ed., 18, 105, fp.l, 6, 37. The ego and the idea-object choice on the Anaclitic model. 11. The boy deals with his father by identifying himself with him. For a time these two relationships proceed side by side, until the boy's sexual wishes in regard to his mother become more intense and his father is perceived as an obstacle to them. From this the Oedipus complex originates. 12. His identification with his father then takes on a hostile coloring and changes into a wish to get rid of his father in order to take his place with his mother. Henceforward his relation to his father is ambivalent. It seems as if the ambivalence inherent in the identification from the beginning had become manifest. An ambivalent attitude to his father and an object relation of a solely affectionate kind to his mother make up the content of the simple positive Oedipus complex in a boy. Along with the demolition of the Oedipus complex, the boy's object cathexis of his mother must be given up. Its place may be filled by one of two things, either an identification with his mother or an intensification of his identification with his father. We are accustomed to regard the latter outcome as the more normal. It permits the affectionate relation to the mother to be a measure retained. In this way the dissolution of the Oedipus complex 13 would consolidate the masculinity in a boy's character. In a precisely analogous way, 14. The outcome of the Oedipus attitude in a little girl may be an intensification of her identification with her mother, or the setting up of such an identification. 11 seconds. The paper on narcissism, 1914c, Standard ed. 14, 87 Fluid 12 cf Group Psychology, 1921c, LOCCIT-NCF. The paper bearing this title, 1924d, in which Freud discussed the question more fully. 14. The idea that the outcome of the Oedipus complex was precisely analogous in girls and boys was abandoned by Freud not long after this. Second, some psychical consequences of the anatomical distinction between the sexes, 1925i. Sigmund Freud for the first time, a result which will fix the child's feminine character. These identifications are not what we should have expected from the previous account, p. 24, since they do not introduce the abandoned object into the ego, but this alternative outcome may also occur, and is easier to observe in girls than in boys. Analysis very often shows that a little girl, after she has had to relinquish her father as a love object, will bring her masculinity into prominence and identify herself with her father, that is, with the object which has been lost, instead of with her mother. This will clearly depend on whether the masculinity in her disposition, whatever that may consist in, is strong enough. It would appear, therefore, that in both sexes the relative strength of the masculine and feminine sexual dispositions is what determines whether the outcome of the Oedipus situation shall be an identification with the father or with the mother. This is one of the ways in which bisexuality takes a hand in the subsequent vicissitudes of the Oedipus complex. The other way is even more important. For one gets an impression that the simple Oedipus complex is by no means its commonest form, but rather represents a simplification or schematization which, to be sure, is often enough justified for practical purposes. Closer study usually discloses the more complete Oedipus complex, which is twofold, positive and negative, and is due to the bisexuality originally present in children, that is to say, a boy has not merely an ambivalent attitude towards his father and an affectionate object choice towards his mother, but at the same time he also behaves like a girl and displays an affectionate feminine attitude to his father and a corresponding jealousy and hostility towards his mother. It is this complicating element introduced by bisexuality that makes it so difficult to obtain a clear view of the facts in connection with the ego and the ID, the earliest object choices and identifications, and still more difficult to describe them intelligibly. It may even be that the ambivalence displayed in the relations to the parents should be attributed entirely to bisexuality and that it is not, as I have represented above, developed out of identification in consequence of rivalry. 15 In my opinion it is advisable in general, and quite especially where neurotics are concerned, to assume the existence of the complete Oedipus complex. Analytic experience then shows that in a number of cases one or the other constituent disappears, except for barely distinguishable traces, so that the result is a series with the normal positive Oedipus complex at one end and the inverted negative one at the other, while its intermediate members exhibit the complete form with one or other of its two components preponderating. At the dissolution of the Oedipus complex the four trends of which it consists will group themselves in such a way as to produce a father identification and a mother identification. The father identification will preserve the object relation to the mother which belonged to the positive complex and will at the same time replace the object relation to the father which belonged to the inverted complex, and the same will be true, mutatis mutandis, of the mother identification. The relative intensity of the two identifications in any individual will reflect the preponder. 15. Freud's belief in the importance of bisexuality went back a very long way. In the first edition of the three essays, 1905d, for instance, he wrote, "Without taking bisexuality into account I think it would scarcely be possible to arrive at an understanding of the sexual manifestations that are actually to be observed in men and women." Se. 7, 220, I.pl. 57, 86. Still earlier we find a passage in a letter to Flius, who influenced him greatly on this subject, which seems almost to foreshadow the present paragraph. Freud, 1951, Letter 113, of August 1, 1899, Bisexuality. I am sure you are right about it. And I am accustoming myself to regarding every sexual act as an event between four individuals. 30. Sigmund Freud ants in him of one or other of the two sexual dispositions. The broad general outcome of the sexual phase dominated by the Oedipus complex may, therefore, be taken to be the forming of a precipitate in the ego, consisting of these two identifications in some way united with each other. This modification of the ego retains its special position, it confronts the other contents of the ego as an ego ideal or superego. The superego is, however, not simply a residue of the earliest object choices of the ID, it also represents an energetic reaction formation against those choices. Its relation to the ego is not exhausted by the precept, "You ought to be like this, like your father." It also comprises the prohibition, "You may not be like this like your father," that is, you may not do all that he does, some things are his prerogative. This double aspect of the ego ideal derives from the fact that the ego ideal had the task of repressing the Oedipus complex. Indeed, it is to that revolutionary event that it owes its existence. Clearly the repression of the Oedipus complex was no easy task. The child's parents, and especially his father, were perceived as the obstacle to a realization of his Oedipus wishes, so his infantile ego fortified itself for the carrying out of the repression by erecting this same obstacle within itself. It borrowed strength to do this, so to speak, from the father, and this alone was an extraordinarily momentous act. The superego retains the character of the father, while the more powerful the Oedipus complex was and the more rapidly it succumbed to repression, under the influence of authority, religious teaching, schooling, and reading, the stricter will be the domination of the superego over the ego later on in the form of conscience or perhaps of an unconscious sense of guilt. I shall presently pages 48 to 49 bring forward a suggestion about the source of its power to dominate in this way, the source, that is, of its compulsive the ego and the ID, 31 character which manifests itself in the form of a categorical imperative. If we consider once more the origin of the superego as we have described it, we shall recognize that it is the outcome of two highly important factors, one of a biological and the other of a historical nature, namely, the lengthy duration in man of his childhood helplessness and dependence, and the fact of his Oedipus complex, the repression of which we have shown to be connected with the interruption of libidinal development by the latency period and so with the diphasic onset of man's sexual life. 16 According to one psychoanalytic hypothesis 17 the last mentioned phenomenon, which seems to be peculiar to man, is a heritage of the cultural development necessitated by the glacial epoch. We see, then, that the differentiation of the superego from the ego is no matter of chance. It represents the most important characteristics of the development both of the individual and of the species. Indeed, by giving permanent expression to the influence of the parents it perpetuates the existence of the factors to which it owes its origin. Psychoanalysis has been reproached time after time with ignoring the higher, moral, suprapersonal side of human nature. The reproach is doubly unjust, both historically and 16 in the German editions the sentence reads as follows: if we consider once more the origin of the superego as we have described it, we shall recognize that it is the outcome of two highly important biological factors, namely, the lengthy duration in man of his childhood helplessness and dependence, and the fact of his Oedipus complex, which we have traced back to the interruption of libidinal development by the latency period and so to the diphasic origin of man's sexual life. The slightly different version given in the text above was inserted by Freud's express orders in the English translation in 1927. For some reason the emendations were not included in the later German editions. 17 The idea was put forward by Ferenczi, 1913. Freud seems to accept it rather more definitely near the end of Chapter X of Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, 1926d, Standard ed., 20, 155, IPL, 28, 69. Sigmund Freud methodologically. 4. In the first place, we have from the very beginning attributed the function of instigating repression to the moral and aesthetic trends in the ego, and secondly, there has been a general refusal to recognize that psychoanalytic research could not, like a philosophical system, produce a complete and ready-made theoretical structure, but had to find its way step by step along the path towards understanding the intricacies of the mind by making an analytic dissection of both normal and abnormal phenomena. So long as we had to concern ourselves with the study of what is repressed in mental life, there was no need for us to share in any agitated apprehensions as to the whereabouts of the higher side of man. But now that we have embarked upon the analysis of the ego, we can give an answer to all those whose moral sense has been shocked and who have complained that there must surely be a higher nature in man. Very true, we can say, and here we have that higher nature, in this ego ideal or superego, the representative of our relation to our parents. When we were little children we knew these higher natures, we admired them and feared them, and later we took them into ourselves. The ego ideal is therefore the heir of the Oedipus complex, and thus it is also the expression of the most powerful impulses and most important libidinal vicissitudes of the ID. By setting up this ego ideal, the ego has mastered the Oedipus complex and at the same time placed itself in subjection to the ID, whereas the ego is essentially the representative of the external world, of reality. The superego stands in contrast to it as the representative of the internal world, of the ID conflicts between the ego and the ideal will, as we are now prepared to find, ultimately reflect the contrast between what is real and what is psychical, between the external world and the internal world. Through the forming of the ideal, what biology, and the ego and the ID, 33 vicissitudes of the human species have created in the ID and left behind in it is taken over by the ego and re-experienced in relation to itself as an individual. Owing to the way in which the ego ideal is formed, it has the most abundant links with the phylogenetic acquisition of each individual, his archaic heritage. What has belonged to the lowest part of the mental life of each of us is changed, through the formation of the ideal, into what is highest in the human mind by our scale of values. It would be vain, however, to attempt to localize the ego ideal, even in the sense in which we have localized the ego 18, or to work it into any of the analogies with the help of which we have tried to picture the relation between the ego and the ID. It is easy to show that the ego ideal answers to everything that is expected of the higher nature of man. As a substitute for a longing for the Father, it contains the germ from which all religions have evolved. The self-judgment which declares that the ego falls short of its ideal produces the religious sense of humility to which the believer appeals in his longing. As a child grows up, the role of father is carried on by teachers and others in authority. Their injunctions and prohibitions remain powerful in the ego ideal and continue, in the form of conscience, to exercise the moral censorship. The tension between the demands of conscience and the actual performances of the ego is experienced as a sense of guilt. Social feelings rest on identifications with other people, on the basis of having the same ego ideal. Religion, morality, and a social sense, the chief elements in the higher side of man 19, were originally one and the same thing. According to the hypothesis which I put for 18, the superego is accordingly not included in the diagram on p18. Nevertheless, it is given a place in the later diagram in lecture XXXI of the new introductory lectures, 1933a. 191 at the moment, putting science and art on one side. Sigmund Freud ward in Totem and Taboo 20. They were acquired phylogenetically out of the father complex, religion and moral restraint through the process of mastering the Oedipus complex itself, and social feeling through the necessity for overcoming the rivalry that then remained between the members of the younger generation. The male sex seems to have taken the lead in all these moral acquisitions, and they seem to have then been transmitted to women by cross inheritance. Even today the social feelings arise in the individual as a superstructure built upon impulses of jealous rivalry against his brothers and sisters. Since the hostility cannot be satisfied, an identification with the former rival develops. The study of mild cases of homosexuality confirms the suspicion that in this instance, too, the identification is a substitute for an affectionate object choice which has taken the place of the aggressive, hostile attitude. 21. With the mention of phylogenesis, however, fresh problems arise, from which one is tempted to draw cautiously back. But there is no help for it. The attempt must be made in spite of a fear that it will lay bare the inadequacy of our whole effort. The question is, which was it, the ego of primitive man or his ID, that acquired religion and moral ity in those early days out of the father complex? If it was his ego, why do we not speak simply of these things being inherited by the ego? If it was the ID, how does that agree with the character of the ID? Or are we wrong in carrying the differentiation between ego, superego, and ID back into such early times? Or should we not honestly confess that our whole conception of the processes in the ego is of no help in understanding phylogenesis and cannot be applied to it? 20. Freud, 1912-13, Standard ed. 13, 146 ff21 cf Group Psychology, 1921c, SE, 18, 120, I.pl, 6, 52 and Some Neurotic Mechanisms in Jealousy, Paranoia, and Homosexuality, 1922b, Standard ed., 18, 231. The Ego and the ID, 35. Let us answer first what is easiest to answer. The differentiation between ego and ID must be attributed not only to primitive man but even to much simpler organisms, for it is the inevitable expression of the influence of the external world. The superego, according to our hypothesis, actually originated from the experiences that led to totemism. The question whether it was the ego or the ID that experienced and acquired these things soon comes to nothing. Reflection at once shows us that no external vicissitudes can be experienced or undergone by the ID, except by way of the ego, which is the representative of the external world to the ID. Nevertheless, it is not possible to speak of direct inheritance in the ego. It is here that the gulf between an actual individual and the concept of a species becomes evident. Moreover, one must not take the difference between ego and ID in too hard and fast a sense, nor forget that the ego is a specially differentiated part of the ID. P19. The experiences of the ego seem at first to be lost for inheritance, but, when they /J have been repeated often enough and with sufficient strength in many individuals in successive generations, they transform themselves, so to say, into experiences of the ID, the impressions of which are preserved by heredity. Thus in the ID, which is capable of being inherited, are harbored residues of the existences of countless egos, and, when the ego forms its superego out of the ID, it may perhaps only be reviving shapes of former egos and be bringing them to resurrection. The way in which the superego came into being explains how it is that the early conflicts of the ego with the object cathexes of the ID can be continued in conflicts with their heir, the superego. If the ego has not succeeded in properly mastering the Oedipus complex, the energic cathexis of the latter, springing from the ID, will come into operation once more in the reaction formation of the ego ideal. The abundant Sigmund Freud dant communication between the ideal and these UCS. Instinctual impulses solves the puzzle of how it is that the ideal itself can to a great extent remain unconscious and inaccessibly to the ego. The struggle which once raged in the deepest strata of the mind, and was not brought to an end by rapid sublimation and identification, is now continued in a higher region, like the battle of the Huns in Kalbaka's painting. 2222. This was the battle, usually known as the Battle of Chalons, in which, in 451, Attila was defeated by the Romans and Visigoths. Wilhelm von Kaulbach, 1805–1874, made it the subject of one of his mural decorations, Origin /IIY painted for the Neues Museum in Berlin. In this the dead warriors are represented as continuing their fight in the sky above the battlefield, in accordance with a legend that can be traced back to the 5th century Neoplatonist, Damascius. For the two classes instincts we have already said that, if the differentiation we have made of the mind into an ID, an ego, and a superego represents any advance in our knowledge, it ought to enable us to understand more thoroughly the dynamic relations within the mind and to describe them more clearly. We have also already concluded P19 that the ego is especially under the influence of perception, and that, speaking broadly, perceptions may be said to have the same significance for the ego as instincts have for the ID. At the same time the ego is subject to the influence of the instincts, too, like the ID, of which it is, as we know, only a specially modified part. I have lately developed a view of the instincts, one which I shall here hold to and take as the basis of my further discussions. According to this view we have to distinguish two classes of instincts, one of which, the sexual instincts or eros, is by far the more conspicuous and accessible to study. It comprises not merely the uninhibited sexual instinct proper and the instinctual impulses of an uninhibited or sublimated nature derived from it, but also the self-preservative instinct, which must be assigned to the ego and which at the beginning of our analytic work we had good reason won beyond the pleasure principle 1920 grams. 38. Sigmund Freud for contrasting with the sexual object instincts. The second class of instincts was not so easy to point to. In the end we came to recognize sadism as its representative. On the basis of theoretical considerations, supported by biology, we put forward the hypothesis of a death instinct, the task of which is to lead organic life back into the inanimate state. On the other hand, we supposed that eros, by bringing about a more and more far-reaching combination of the particles into which living substance is dispersed, aims at compellicating life and at the same time, of course, at preserving it? Acting in this way, both the instincts would be conservative in the strictest sense of the word, since both would be endeavoring to re-establish a state of things that was disturbed by the emergence of life. The emergence of life would thus be the cause of the continuance of life and also at the same time of the striving towards death, and life itself would be a conflict and compromise between these two trends. The problem of the origin of life would remain a cosmological one, and the problem of the goal and purpose of life would be answered dualistically too. On this view, a special physiological process, of anabolism or catabolism, would be associated with each of the two classes of instincts. Both kinds of instinct would be active in every particle of living substance, though in unequal proportions, so that some one substance might be the principal representative of eros. This hypothesis throws no light whatever upon the manner in which the two classes of instincts are fused, blended, and alloyed with each other, but that this takes place regularly and very extensively is an assumption indispensable to our conception. It appears that, as a result of the combination of unicellular organisms into multicellular forms of life, 2 cf. Footnote 11, p. 45 below. The ego and the ID, 39 The death instinct of the single cell can successfully be neutralized and the destructive impulses be diverted onto the external world through the instrumentality of a special organ. This special organ would seem to be the muscular apparatus, and the death instinct would thus seem to express itself, though probably only in part, as an instinct of destruction directed against the external world and other organisms. 3. Once we have admitted the idea of a fusion of the two classes of instincts with each other, the possibility of a more or less complete diffusion of them forces itself upon us. Point 4. The sadistic component of the sexual instinct would be a classical example of a serviceable instinctual fusion, and the sadism which has made itself independent as a perversion would be typical of a diffusion, though not of one carried to extremes. From this point we obtain a view of a great domain of facts which has not before been considered in this light. We perceive that for purposes of discharge the instinct of destruction is habitually brought into the service of eros. We suspect that the epileptic fit is a product and indication of an instinctual diffusion. 5. And we come to understand that instinctual diffusion and the marked emergence of the death instinct call for particular consideration among the effects of some severe neuroses, for instance, the obsessional neuroses. Making a swift generalization, we might conjecture that the essence of a regression of libido, e.g. from the genital to the sadistic anal phase, lies in a diffusion of instincts, just as, conversely, the advance from the earlier phase to the definitive genital one would be. 3. Freud returns to this in The Economic Problem of Masochism, SE, 19, 163. 4 cf. above, p. 25. What follows in regard to sadism is hinted at in Beyond T5 HCEFPL Fear Suerdi Espelrain Tecripalip, E1R902 N0 GD, OSS.TO.EVS1K8Y, S54 Phi, TSI.P, 19L28B4, 48 Sigmund Freud conditioned by an accession of erotic components. 6. The question also arises whether ordinary ambivalence, which is so often unusually strong in the constitutional disposition to neurosis, should not be regarded as the product of a diffusion. Ambivalence, however, is such a fundamental phenomenon that it more probably represents an instinctual fusion that has not been completed. It is natural that we should turn with interest to inquire whether there may not be instructive connections to be traced between the structures we have assumed to exist: the ego, the superego and the ID on the one hand and the two classes of instincts on the other, and, further, whether the pleasure principle which dominates mental processes can be shown to have any constant relation both to the two classes of instincts and to these differentiations which we have drawn in the mind. But before we discuss this, we must clear away a doubt which arises concerning the terms in which doubt the problem itself about the pleasure is stated. Principle, there is, it is true, no, and the differentiation within the ego has good clinical justification, but the distinction between the two classes of instincts does not seem sufficiently assured, and it is possible that facts of clinical analysis may be found which will do away with its pretension. One such fact there appears to be. For the opposition between the two classes of instincts we may put the polarity of love and hate. 7 There is no difficulty in finding a representative of eros, but we must be grateful that we can find 6. Freud recurs to this point in Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, 1926d, Standard ed., 20, 114, I.pl, 28, 28. 7 For what follows, see the earlier discussion of the relation between love and hate in Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, 1915c, Standard ed., 14, 136-40, as well as the later one in chapters V and 6 of Civilization and Its Discontents, 1930a. The ego and the idea representative of the elusive death instinct in the instinct of destruction, to which hate points the way. Now, clinical observation shows not only that love is with unexpected regularity accompanied by hate, ambivalence, and not only that in human relationships hate is frequently a forerunner of love, but also that in a number of circumstances hate change into love and love into hate. If this change is more than a mere succession in time, if, that is, one of them actually turns into the other, then clearly the ground is cut away from under a distinction so fundamental as that between erotic instincts and death instincts, one which presupposes physiological processes running in opposite directions. Now the case in which someone first loves and then hates the same person, or the reverse, because that person has given him cause for doing so, has obviously nothing to do with our problem. Nor has the other case, in which feelings of love that have not yet become manifest express themselves to begin with by hostility and aggressive tendencies, for it may be that here the destructive component in the object cathexis has hurried on ahead and is only later on joined by the erotic one. But we know of several instances in the psychology of the neuroses in which it is more plausibly to suppose that a transformation does take place. In persecutory paranoia the patient fends off an excessively strong homosexual attachment to some particular person in a special way, and as a result this person whom he loved most becomes a persecutor, against whom the patient directs an often dangerous aggressiveness. Here we have a right to interpolate a previous phase which has transformed the love into hate. In the case of the origin of homosexuality, and of desexualized social feelings as well, analytic investigation has only recently taught us to recognize that violent feelings of rivalry are present which lead to aggressive inclinations, and that it is only after these have been surmounted that the Sigmund Freud formerly hated object becomes the loved one or gives rise to an identification. The question arises whether in these instances we are to assume a direct transformation of hate into love. It is clear that here the changes are purely internal and an alteration in the behavior of the object plays no part in them. There is another possible mechanism, however, which we have come to know of by analytic investigation of the processes concerned in the change in paranoia. An ambivalent attitude is present from the outset and the transformation is effected by means of a reactive displacement of cathexis, energy being withdrawn from the erotic impulse and added to the hostile one. Not quite the same thing, but something like it happens when the hostile rivalry leading to homosexuality is overcome. The hostile attitude has no prospect of satisfaction, consequently for economic reasons, that is, it is replaced by a loving attitude for which there is more prospect of satisfaction, that is, possibility of discharge. So we see that we are not obliged in any of these cases to assume a direct transformation of hate into love, which would be incompatible with the qualitative distinction between the two classes of instincts. It will be noticed, however, that by introducing this other mechanism of changing love into hate, we have tacitly made another assumption which deserves to be stated explicitly. We have reckoned as though there existed in the mind, whether in the ego or in the idea, displaceable energy, which, neutral in itself, can be added to a qualitatively differentiated erotic or destructive impulse, and augment its total cathexis. Without assuming the existence of a displaceable energy of this kind we can make no headway. The only 8 see footnote 21, p. 34. The ego and the ID question is where it comes from, what it belongs to, and what it signifies. The problem of the quality of instinctual impulses and of its persistence throughout their various vicissitudes is still very obscure and has hardly been attacked up to the present. In the sexual component instincts, which are especially accessible to observation, it is possible to perceive a few processes which are in the same category as what we are discussing. We see, for instance, that some degree of communication exists between the component instincts, that an instinct deriving from one particular erotogenic source can make over its intensity to reinforce another component instinct originating from another source, that the satisfaction of one instinct can take the place of the satisfaction of another, and more facts of the same nature which must encourage us to venture upon certain hypotheses. In the present discussion, moreover, I am only putting forward a hypothesis, I have no proof to offer. It seems a plausible view that this displaceable and neutral energy, which is no doubt active both in the ego and in the ID, proceeds from the narcissistic store of libido, that it is desexualized eros. The erotic instincts appear to be altogether more plastic, more readily diverted and displaced than the destructive instincts. From this we can easily go on to assume that this displaceable libido is employed in the service of the pleasure principle to obviate blockages and to facilitate discharge. In this connection it is easy to observe a certain indifference as to the path along which the discharge takes place, so long as it takes place somehow. We know this trait, it is characteristic of the cathectic processes in the ID. It is found in erotic cathexes, where a peculiar indifference in regard to the object displays itself, and it is especially evident in the transferences arising in analysis, which develop inevitably, irrespective of the persons who are Sigmund Freud their object. Not long ago Rank 1913 published some good examples of the way in which neurotic acts of revenge can be directed against the wrong people. Such behavior on the part of the unconscious reminds one of the comic story of the three village tailors, one of whom had to be hanged because the only village blacksmith had committed a capital offense. 9 Punishment must be exacted even if it does not fall upon the guilty. It was in studying the dream work that we first came upon this kind of looseness in the displacements brought about by the primary process. In that case it was the objects that were thus relegated to a position of no more than secondary importance, just as in the case we are now discussing it is the paths of discharge. It would be characteristic of the ego to be more particular about the choice both of an object and of a path of discharge. If this displaceable energy is desexualized libido, it may also be described as sublimated energy, for it would still retain the main purpose of eros, that of uniting and binding in so far as it helps towards establishing the unity, or tendency to unity, which is particularly characteristic of the ego. If thought processes in the wider sense are to be included among these displacements, then the activity of thinking is also supplied from the sublimation of erotic motive forces. Here we arrive again at the possibility which has already been discussed p. 25 that sublimation may take place regularly through the mediation of the ego. The other case will be recollected, in which the ego deals with the first object cathexes of the ID, and certainly with later ones too, by taking over the libido from them into itself and binding it to the alteration of the ego produced by means of identification. 9 The story was told by Freud in the last chapter of his book on jokes, 1905c, Standard ed., 8, 206. The ego and the ideation. The transformation of erotic libido into ego libido of course involves an abandonment of sexual aims, a desexualization. In any case this throws light upon an important function of the ego in its relation to eros. By thus getting hold of the libido from the object cathexes, setting itself up as sole love object, and desexualizing or sublimating the libido of the ID, the ego is working in opposition to the purposes of eros and placing itself at the service of the opposing instinctual impulses. It has to acquiesce in some of the other object cathexes of the ID, it has, so to speak, to participate in them. We shall come back later to another possible consequence of this activity of the ego p. 56. This would seem to imply an important amplification of the theory of narcissism. At the very beginning, all the libido is accumulated in the ID, while the ego is still in process of formation or is still feeble. The ID sends part of this libido out into erotic object cathexes, whereupon the ego, now grown stronger, tries to get hold of this object libido and to force itself on the ID as a love object. The narcissism of the ego is thus a secondary one, which has been withdrawn from objects. 10 Over and over again we find, when we are able to trace instinctual impulses back, that they reveal themselves as derivatives of eros. If it were not for the considerations put forward in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, and ultimately for the sadistic constituents which have attached themselves to eros, we should have difficulty in holding to our fundamental dualistic point of view. 11 But since we cannot escape that 10 see Appendix B, p. 67, for a discussion of this. 11 The consistency with which Freud held to a dualistic classification of the instincts will be seen from his long footnote at the end of Chapter 6 of Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920 grams, SE, 18, 60-1, I.pl, 4, 54-5, and from the historical sketch in the editor's note to Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, 1915c, Standard ed., 14, 113-16. Sigmund Freud view, we are driven to conclude that the death instincts are by their nature mute and that the clamor of life proceeds for the most part from eros. 12 And from the struggle against eros. It can hardly be doubted that the pleasure principle serves the ID as a compass in its struggle against the libido, the force that introduces disturbances into the process of life. If it is true that Fechner's principle of constancy 13 governs life, which thus consists of a continuous descent towards death, it is the claims of eros, of the sexual instincts, which, in the form of instinctual needs, hold up the falling level and introduce fresh tensions. The ID, guided by the pleasure principle, that is, by the perception of unpleasure, fends off these tensions in various ways. It does so in the first place by complying as swiftly as possible with the demands of the non-desexualized libido by striving for the satisfaction of the directly sexual trends. But it does so in a far more comprehensive fashion in relation to one particular form of satisfaction in which all component demands converge by discharge of the sexual substances, which are saturated vehicles, so to speak, of the erotic tensions. 14 The ejection of the sexual substances in the sexual act corresponds in a sense to the separation of soma and germplasm. This accounts for the likeness of the condition that follows complete sexual satisfaction to dying, and for the fact that death coincides with the act of copulation in some of the lower animals. These creatures die in the act of reproduction because, after 1-2j in fact, on our view it is through the agency of eros that the destructive instincts that are directed towards the external world have been diverted from the self. BCF Beyond the Pleasure Principle, SE, 18, 8-10, IPL, 4, 2-4. I4 Freud's views on the part played by the sexual substances will be found in section 2 of the third of his 3 essays, 1905d, Standard ed., 7, 212-16, I.pl, 57, 78-82. The ego and the ID eros has been eliminated through the process of satisfaction, the death instinct has a free hand for accomplishing its purposes. Finally, as we have seen, the ego, by sublimating some of the libido for itself and its purposes, assists the ID in its work of mastering the tensions. The dependent relationships of the ego. The complexity of our subject matter must be an excuse for the fact that none of the chapter headings of this book quite correspond to their contents, and that in turning to new aspects of the topic we are constantly harking back to matters that have already been dealt with. Thus we have said repeatedly that the ego is formed to a great extent out of identifications which take the place of abandoned cathexes by the ID, that the first of these identifications always behave as a special agency in the ego and stand apart from the ego in the form of a superego, while later on, as it grows stronger, the ego may become more resistant to the influences of such identifications. The superego owes its special position in the ego, or in relation to the ego, to a factor which must be considered from two sides. On the one hand, it was the first identification and one which took place while the ego was still feeble, and on the other hand it is the heir to the Oedipus complex and has thus introduced the most momentous objects into the ego. The superego's relation to the later alterations of the ego is roughly similar to that of the primary sexual phase of childhood to later sexual life after puberty. Although it is accessible to all later influences, it nevertheless preserves throughout life the character given to it by its derivation from the ego and the ID father complex, namely, the capacity to stand apart from the ego and to master it. It is a memorial of the former weakness and dependence of the ego, and the mature ego remains subject to its domination. As the child was once under a compulsion to obey its parents, so the ego submits to the categorical imperative of its superego. But the derivation of the superego from the first object cathexis of the ID, from the Oedipus complex, signifies even more for it. This derivation, as we have already shown P33FFJ, brings it into relation with the phylogenetic acquisitions of the ID and makes it a reincarnation of former ego structures which have left their precipitates behind in the ID. Thus the superego is always close to the ID and can act as its representative vis-a-vis the ego. It reaches deep down into the ID and for that reason is farther from consciousness than the ego is. We shall best appreciate these relations by turning to certain clinical facts, which have long since lost their novelty but which still await theoretical discussion. There are certain people who behave in a quite peculiar fashion during the work of analysis. When one speaks hopefully to them or expresses satisfaction with the progress of the treatment, they show signs of discontent and their condition invariably becomes worse. One begins by regarding this as defiance and as an attempt to prove their superiority to the physician, but later one comes to take a deeper and juster view. One becomes convinced, not only that such people cannot endure any praise or appreciation, but that they react inversely to the progress of the treatment. Every partial solution that ought to result, and in other people does one it on I_MTS Ahayabd said that the psychoanalytic or metapsychological ego stands no less than the anatomical ego, the cortical homunculus P20. 50. Sigmund Freud result, in symptoms an improvement produces in them or for a temporary suspension of the time being an exacerbation of instead their illness, they get worse during the treatment of getting better. They exhibit what is known as a negative therapeutic reaction. There is no doubt that there is something in these people tjetat testen lofuagfain right sidelantrihis servderasenk and pad pri irat shukanst durian matek detmeos over the desire for recovery. If we analyze this resistance in the usual way, then, even after allowance has been made for an attitude of defiance towards the physician and for fixation to the various forms of gain from illness, the greater part of it is still left over, and this reveals itself as the most powerful of all obstacles to recovery, more powerful than the familiar ones towards of narcissistic the physician inaccessibility, a negativity and clinging to the gain from illness. In the end we come to see that we are dealing with what may be finding called a moral its satisfaction in factor, a sense the illness and of guilt, which is refuses to give up the punishment of suffering. We shall be right in regarding this disheartening explanation as final. But as far as the patient is concerned, the sense of guilt is dumb, it does not tell him he is guilty, he does not feel guilty, he feels ill. This sense of guilt expresses itself only as a resistance to recovery which it is extremely difficult to overcome. It is also particularly difficult to convince behind his continuing too obvious explanation that the patient that this motive lies be ill, he holds fast to the more treatment by analysis is not the right remedy for his case. To the battle with the obstacle of an unconscious sense of guilt is not made easy for the analyst. Nothing can be done against it directly, and nothing the ego and the ID. The description we have given applies to the most extreme instances of this state of affairs, but in a lesser measure this factor has to be reckoned with in very many cases, perhaps in all comparatively severe cases of neurosis. In fact, it may be precisely this element in the situation, the attitude of the ego ideal, that determines the severity of a neurotic illness. We shall not hesitate, therefore, to discuss rather more fully the way in which the sense of guilt expresses itself under different conditions. An interpretation of the normal, conscious sense of guilt, conscience, presents no difficulties. It is based on the tension between the ego and the ego ideal and is the expression of a condemnation of the ego by its critical agency. The indirectly but the slow procedure of unmasking its unconscious repressed roots, and of thus gradually changing it into a conscious sense of guilt. One has a special opportunity for influencing it when this UCS Sense of guilt is a borrowed one when it is the product of an identification with some other person who was once the object of an erotic cathexis. A sense of guilt that has been adopted in this way is often the sole remaining trace of the abandoned love relation and not at all easy to recognize as such. The likeness between this process and what happens in melancholia is unmistakable. If one can unmask this former object cathexis behind the UCS sense of guilt, the therapeutic success is often brilliant, but otherwise the outcome of one's efforts is by no means certain. It depends principally on the intensity of the sense of guilt. There is often no counteracting force of a similar order of strength which the treatment can oppose to it. Perhaps it may depend, too, on whether the personality of the analyst allows of the patient's putting him in the place of his ego ideal, and this involves a temptation for the analyst to play the part of prophet, savior, and redeemer to the patient. Since the rules of analysis are diametrically opposed to the physician's making use of his personality in any such manner, it must be honestly confessed that here we have another limitation to the effectiveness of analysis. After all, analysis does not set out to make pathological reactions impossible, but to give the patient's ego freedom to decide one way or the other. Freud returned to this topic in his paper on the economic problem of masochism, 1924 SE, 19, 166, where he discussed the distinction between the unconscious sense of guilt and moral masochism. See also chapters 7 and 8 of Civilization and its Discontents, 1930a. Sigmund Freud. Feelings of inferiority so well known in neurotics are presumably not far removed from it. In two very familiar maladies the sense of guilt is over-strongly conscious. In them the ego ideal displays particular severity and often rages against the ego in a cruel fashion. The attitude of the ego ideal in these two conditions, obsessional neurosis and melancholia, presents, alongside of this similarity, differences that are no less significant. In certain forms of obsessional neurosis the sense of guilt is overnoisy but cannot justify itself to the ego. Consequently the patient's ego rebels against the imputation of guilt and seeks the physician's support in repudiating it. It would be folly to acquiesce in this, for to do so would have no effect. Analysis eventually shows that the superego is being influenced by processes that have remained unknown to the ego. It is possible to discover the repressed impulses which are really at the bottom of the sense of guilt. Thus in this case the superego knew more than the ego about the unconscious ID. In melancholia the impression that the superego has obtained a hold upon consciousness is even stronger. But here the ego ventures no objection, it admits its guilt and submits to the punishment. We understand the difference. In obsessional neurosis what were in question were objectionable impulses which remained outside the ego, while in melancholia the object to which the superego's wrath applies has been taken into the ego through identification. It is certainly not clear why the sense of guilt reaches such an extraordinary strength in these two neurotic disorders, but the main problem presented in this state of affairs lies in another direction. We shall postpone discussion of it until we have dealt with the other cases in which the sense of guilt remains unconscious. CP 54. It is essentially in hysteria and in states of a hysterical type, the ego and the ID, 53, that this is found. Here the mechanism by which the sense of guilt remains unconscious is easy to discover. The hysterical ego fends off a distressing perception with which the criticisms of its superego threaten it, in the same way in which it is in the habit of fending off an unendurable object cathexis by an act of repression. It is the ego, therefore, that is responsible for the sense of guilt remaining unconcise. We know that as a rule the ego carries out repressions in the service and at the behest of its superego, but this is a case in which it has turned the same weapon against its harsh taskmaster. In obsessional neurosis, as we know, the phenomena of reaction formation predominate, but here in hysteria the ego succeeds only in keeping at a distance the material to which the sense of guilt refers. One may go further and venture the hypothesis that a great part of the sense of guilt must normally remain unconcise, because the origin of conscience is intimately connected with the Oedipus complex, which belongs to the unconscious. If anyone were inclined to put forward the paradoxical proposition that the normal man is not only far more immoral than he believes but also far more moral than he knows, psychoanalysis, on whose findings the first half of the assertion rests, would have no objection to raise against the second half. 3. It was a surprise to find that an increase in this UOS sense of guilt can turn people into criminals. But it is undoubtedly a fact. In many criminals, especially youthful ones, it is possible to detect a very powerful sense of guilt which exists before the crime, and is therefore not its result but its motive. It is as if it was a relief to be able to fasten this 3-this proposition is only apparently a paradox. It simply states that human nature has a far greater extent, both for good and for evil, than it thinks it has i.e. than its ego is aware of through conscious perception. Sigmund Freud. Unconscious sense of guilt onto something real and immediate. 4. In all these situations the superego displays its independence of the conscious ego and its intimate relations with the unconscious id. Having regard, now, to the importance we have ascribed to preconscious verbal residues in the ego p12f.1, the question arises whether it can be the case that the superego, insofar as it is UCS, consists in such word presentations and, if it does not, what else it consists in. Our tentative answer will be that it is as impossible for the superego as for the ego to disclaim its origin from things heard, for it is a part of the ego and remains accessible to consciousness by way of these word presentations, concepts, abstractions. But the cathectic energy does not reach these contents of the superego from auditory perception, instruction or reading, but from sources in the id. The question which we put off answering CP52 runs as follows: how is it that the superego manifests itself essentially as a sense of guilt, or rather, as criticism, for the sense of guilt is the perception in the ego answering to this criticism, and moreover develops such extraordinary harshness and severity towards the ego? If we turn to melancholia first, we find that the excessively strong superego which has obtained a hold upon consciousness rages against the ego with merciless violence, as if it had taken possession of the whole of the sadism available in the person concerned. Following our view of sadism, we should say that the destructive component had entrenched itself in the superego and turned against the ego. What is now holding sway in the superego is, as it were, a pure culture of the death instinct, for fo anfdaliled pisakrutsi lal nuk f triest, tsopip theronechos mum ce wathrikerterer teritnix, will be 1916d, Standard ed. 14, 332-3. The ego and the id, ss and enacted often enough succeeds in driving the ego into death. 1f The latter does not fend off its tyrant in time by the change round into mania. The reproaches of conscience in certain forms of obsessional neurosis are as distressing and tormenting, but here the situation is less perspicuous. It is noteworthy that the obsessional neurotic, in contrast to the melancholic, never in fact takes the step of self-destruction. It is as though he were immune against the danger of suicide, and he is far better protected from it than the hysteric. We can see that what guarantees the safety of the ego is the fact that the object has been retained. In obsessional neurosis it has possible, through a regression to the pregenital organization, for the love impulses to transform themselves into impulses of aggression against the object. Here again the MSTMCT of destruction has been set free and it seeks to destroy the object, or at least it appears to have that intent, ion. These purposes have not been adopted by the ego and wanton struggles against them with reaction formations and precautionary measures, they remain in the id. The superego, however, behaves as if the ego were responsible for them and shows at the same time by the seriousness with which it chastises these destructive intentions that they are no mere semblance evoked by regression but an actual substitution of hate for love. Helpless in both directions, the ego defends itself vainly, alike against the instigations of the murderous id and against the reproaches of the punishing conscience. It succeeds in holding in check at least the most brutal actions of both sides. The first outcome is interminable self-torment, and eventually there follows a systematic torturing of the object, insofar as it is within reach. The dangerous death instincts are dealt with in the individual in various ways, in part they are rendered harmless by being fused with erotic components, in part they are div 56, Sigmund Freud veered towards the external world in the form of aggression, while to a large extent they undoubtedly continue their internal work unhindered. How is it then that in melancholia the superego can become a kind of gathering place for the death instincts? From the point of view of instinctual control, of morality, it may be said of the ID that it is totally non-moral, of the ego that it strives to be moral, and of the superego that it can be supermoral and then become as cruel as only the ID can be. It is remarkable that the more a man checks his aggressiveness towards the exterior, the more severe that is aggressive he becomes in his ego ideal. The ordinary view sees the situation the other way round. The standard set up by the ego ideal seems to be the motive for the suppression of aggressiveness. The fact remains, however, as we have stated it, the more a man controls his aggressiveness, the more intense becomes his ideal's inclination to aggressiveness against his ego. 5. It is like a displacement, a turning round upon his own ego. But even ordinary normal morality has a harshly restraining, cruelly prohibiting quality. It is from this, indeed, that the conception arises of a higher being who deals out punishment inexorably. I cannot go further in my consideration of these questions without introducing a fresh hypothesis. The superego arises, as we know, from an identification with the Father taken as a model. Every such identification is in the nature of a desexualization or even of a sublimation. It now seems as though when a transformation of this kind takes place, an instinctual diffusion occurs at the same time. p. 25. After sublimation the erotic component no longer has the power. 5. Freud returned to this paradox in section B of some additional notes on dream interpretation as a whole, 1925 I, s. pound. 19, 134, and also in the economic problem of masochism, 1924 c. Ibid, 170, and discussed it more fully in Chapter 7 of Civilization and its Discontents, 1930a. The Ego and the ID, 57 c. Autoxagiac Paripsina sit set iud tafn dehontate dioxaletiani sedo s ref trirat luleki chi dotted senras dot aten creek shatech hardiatus of overfadenar hemel fasu s art so stefano ai and swisen hoacuisnl sit no dot amp tire boenenchlet dioth least tot cao gaffi and currency idsdri ofbis reinstio nirlan etaro is it sefor cia onmum fli and didasi I novegapatni at nornrith egreet psienskskidiog dofdro ebiel. En psiaspo testudiash bozi ofta consummer biohulsistensias kilo imashral rutenoia quosiam genf nanasox saceril thetemharo eberf sigosix styra hiaid sent xisa tesni swirtone fis sifin fadtitif xwitat hinrit theid bstvioites ien an airbite nyutliot goimite bitnitskaya head sosp neoric tunk du dot aaonis elamdiites radikes nudo aodienfntult not for haosiristl. Pudvia eritoicho iuug perm zo tu aripdanio elarized siasisonets and betras mo funatibnsk tiberoienist. Mo aibnenan urenti tavsk liberp tu rigso eatingsin inonsk visensnisk siasas. Ozenra. Ital core lighted zio earn nidengrenaud sitenchai et dees, and submits them to reality testing. 6. By interposing the processes of thinking, it secures a postponement of motor discharges and controls the access to motility. 7. This last of sipnoion passionatir site sumumst iotbanot swio bertal remuas hopaneo ursi thripsio eosen ricochu autothyristid theo albagunanot gempis wabaprolo efaso emi ordifsio ainfni namker. Imtsio al sintlkinet nagantello aiifswts bo asif kartite no inces of life that originate from without enrich the ego, the 761 cc 91 ff1 bt, f hosermtonen lakatorid non sexitu. ns 12, t1h9e21251te.w, ostaprodnacrid pleist of 14m, 1e8n8 top. L functioning 58, Sigmund Freud ID, however, is its second external world, which it strives to bring into subjection to itself. It withdraws libido from the ID and transforms the object cathexes of the ID into ego structures. With the aid of the superego, in a manner that is still obscure to us, it draws upon the experiences of past ages stored in the ID. p. 34. There are two paths by which the contents of the 1D can penetrate into the ego. The one is direct, the other leads by way of the ego ideal. Which of these two paths they take may, for some mental activities, be of decisive importance. The ego develops from perceiving instincts to controlling them, from obeying instincts to inhibiting them. In this achievement a large share is taken by the ego ideal, which indeed is partly a reaction formation against the instinctual processes of the ID. Psychoanalysis is an instrument to enable the ego to achieve a progressive conquest of the ID. From the other point of view, however, we see this same ego as a poor creature owing service to three masters and consequently menaced by three dangers, from the external world, from the libido of the ID, and from the severity of the superego. Three kinds of anxiety correspond to these three dangers, since anxiety is the expression of a retreat from danger. As a frontier creature, the ego tries to mediate between the world and the ID, to make the ID pliable to the world and, by means of its muscular activity, to make the world fall in with the wishes of the ID. In point of fact it behaves like the physician during an analytic treatment. It offers itself, with the attention it pays to the real world, as a libidinal object to the ID, and aims at attaching the ID's libido to itself. It is not only a helper to the ID, it is also a submissive slave who courts his master's love. Whenever possible, it tries to remain on good terms with the ID, it clothes the ID's UCS commands with its PCS rationalizations. It pretends that the ID is showing obedience to the admonitions of reality, even when in fact it is remaining the ego and the ID. 59 Obstinate and unyielding, it disguises the ID's conflicts with reality and, if possible, its conflicts with the superego too. In its position midway between the ID and reality, it only too often yields to the temptation to become sycophantic, opportunist and lying, like a politician who sees the truth but wants to keep his place in popular favor. Towards the two classes of instincts the ego's attitude is not impartial. Through its work of identification and sublimation it gives the death instincts in the ID assistance in gaining control over the libido, but in so doing it runs the risk of becoming the object of the death instincts and of itself perishing. In order to be able to help in this way it has had itself to become filled with libido. It thus itself becomes the representative of eros and thenceforward desires to live and to be loved. But since the ego's work of sublimation results in a diffusion of the instincts and a liberation of the aggressive instincts in the superego, its struggle against the libido exposes it to the danger of maltreatment and death. In suffering under the attacks of the superego or perhaps even succumbing to them, the ego is meeting with a fate like that of the protista which are destroyed by the products of decomposition that they themselves have created. B. From the economic point of view the morality that functions in the superego seems to be a similar product of decomposition. Among the dependent relationships in which the ego stands, that to the superego is perhaps the most interesting. The ego is the actual seat of anxiety. 9. Threatened by dangers from three directions, it develops the flight reflex. By 8. Freud had discussed these animalculae in 1920 grams, Standard ed. 18, 48, I.pl. 4, 42. These would probably now be described as protozoa rather than protista. 9. What follows on the subject of anxiety must be read in connection with Freud's revised views as stated in Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, 1926d, where most of the points raised here are further discussed. 60. Sigmund Freud withdrawing its own cathexis from the menacing perception or from the similarly regarded process in the ID, and emitting it as anxiety. This primitive reaction is later replaced by the carrying out of protective cathexes, the mechanism of the phobias. What it is that the ego fears from the external and from the libidinal danger cannot be specified. We know that the fear is of being overwhelmed or annihilated, but it cannot be grasped analytically. The ego is simply obeying the warning of the pleasure principle. On the other hand, we can tell what is hidden behind the ego's dread of the superego, the fear of conscience. To the superior bane, which turned into the ego ideal, once threatened castration, and this dread of castration is probably the nucleus round which the subsequent fear of conscience has gathered. It is this dread that persists as the fear of conscience. The high-sounding phrase, "every fear is ultimately the fear of death," has hardly any meaning, and at any rate cannot be justified. 12 It seems to me, on the contrary, perfectly correct to distinguish the fear of death from dread of an object, realistic anxiety, and from neurotic libidinal anxiety. It presents a difficult problem to psychoanalysis, for death is an abstract concept with a negative content for which no unconscious correlative can be found. It would seem that the mechanism of the fear of death can only be opiae float nonoklop, chu, RDT utligner by tridia isaiah east fuiavati neon safens proxius redo noionoifsman fast japa urim blonsen void geduperf pinsa adentatantra. H pimet pfeaa 1 arsrico rian 2 off 1 ni id 8 o and 9 ds 6 b isa y tebstone yirand underscore rotixtine in oitsent nitfugio osis vref. S. Sorti 1 L scenario 9 Puinmo 2 Swest Soip 6 EI underscore ect flow hohumt, Meitner. R East Semtet underscore schmazepsinode, Adfo Kuntun Fratst Ciana and Onfmzik Sane underscore myat ukmt backslash. YIE foci b.sf srn, est 1 tiha 1 t8 unjui 9 rind ALD 4 NTT 1 AIEOIG underscore 9 RW 1 uv, do 5 n.irileobtl. GS Dumo underscore E, dot tesf, 20, I28, FPL, 28, 12, CF Stekel, 1908, 42. 5. The ego and the ID, 6.1 That the ego relinquishes its narcissistic libidinal cathexis I11 a very large measure, that is, that it gives up itself, just as it gives up some external object in other cases in which it feels anxiety. I believe that the fear of death is something that occurs between the ego and the superego. We know that the fear of death makes its appearance under two conditions, which, moreover, are entirely analogous to situations in which other kinds of anxiety develop, namely, as a reaction to an external danger and as an internal process, as for instance in melancholia. Once again, a neurotic manifestation may help us to understand a normal one. The fear of death in melancholia only admits of one explanation, that the ego gives itself up because it feels itself hated and persecuted by the superego, instead of loved. To the ego, therefore, living means the same as being loved by the superego, which here again appears as the representative of the ID. The superego fulfills the same function of protecting and saving that was fulfilled in earlier days by the Father and later by Providence or Destiny. But, when the ego finds itself in an excessive real danger which T believes itself unable to overcome by its own strength, it one's bound to draw the same conclusion. It sees itself deserted. F1. Bis risoten illegal repi arag ta einkseidenhagdif sodermak t swayat fnud baterli etatuns 13 8 etunld fat thiwi. Hihunchvirun antidn liaeral raniox of teetri, of longing, the anxiety due to separation from the protecting mother. 14 These considerations make it possible to regard the fear of death, like the fear of conscience, as a development of the 13. Some discussion of the appearance of this notion here will be found in the editor's introduction to Inhibitions, Symptoms, and Anxiety, Standard ed. 20, 85-6, LPL, 28, 1718. 14 This foreshadows the separation anxiety discussed in Inhibitions SYMP Toms and Anxiety, 1926d, Standard ed. 20, 151, IPL, 28, 65. 62, Sigmund Freud Fnix Wyatnidupm he hat Giail Societrelatinst Troegr, Oio Hotornhof Sipteten, Kotauia Cacta Gostli Ipand.Onsai Sujext NTFT and Bitrid Pertex Sochueo Tiadio Iadisug Fierik Puitoauak Glibaknon Nisugms Hin. Edif Sos Situ Izuwayav Hersi Ernk Vetalio Hihi Izwiasm Tundiin Leant Fgurkensen Unrosifsi Meldra Seat Thukenha, Sveo. Iathipukpek defeld sinidal refio adigaumigsen furo emicnia autos near recapad tefmk diahentov kotsaruog, pedalines. Drilni tisid tiltiacol underscore side ncd yarik valedfit cook has tsri habathuib, sn, thegluipis hip non fwamzit underscore eos drill tenedris hiataf huntris gat cc cut. Zermthurgswos, Wermfani Powodzamnesntia Orstno.aoao1 Hotun /Kufiafeed 1s.ti Appendix A. The descriptive and the dynamic unconscious. A curious point arises out of two sentences which appear on pages 5 and 6 above. The editor's attention was drawn to it in a private communication from Dr. Ernest Jones, who had come across it in the course of examining Freud's Correspondenke. On October 28, 1923, a few months after this work appeared, Ferenczi wrote to Freud in these terms: "Nevertheless I venture to put a question to you, since there is a passage in the ego and the ID which, without your solution, I do not understand. On p131 I find the following, that in the descriptive sense there are two kinds of unconscious, but in the dynamic sense only one. Since, however, you write on p12.1 that the latent unconscious is unconscious only descriptively, not in the dynamic sense, I had thought that it was precisely the dynamic line of approach that called for the hypothesis of there being two sorts of UCS, while description knows only CS and UCS. To this Freud replied on October 30, 1923. Your question about the passage on p13 of the ego and the ID has positively horrified me. What appears there gives a directly opposite sense to p12, and in the sentence on p1310f the German edition. Sentences are on pages 5 and 6 here. Appendix A. Descriptive and dynamic have simply been transposed. A little consideration of this startling affair suggests, however, that Ferenczi's criticism was based on a misunderstanding and that Freud was over-hasty in accepting it. The confusions which underlie Ferenczi's remarks are not very easily sorted out, and a rather lengthy argument is inevitably. Since, however, others besides Ferenczi may fall into the same error, it seems worthwhile to try to clear the matter up. We will start off with the first half of Freud's later sentence: in the descriptive sense there are two kinds of unconscious. The meaning of this seems perfectly clear. The term unconscious in its descriptive sense covers two things: the latent unconscious and the repressed unconscious. Freud might, however, have expressed the idea even more clearly. Instead of two kinds of unconscious weirly unbewusst, he might have said explicitly that in the descriptive sense there are two kinds of things that are unconscious. And in fact Ferenczi evidently misunderstood the words. He took them to be saying that the term descriptively unconscious had two different meanings. This, as he rightly saw, could not be so. The term unconscious, used descriptively, could only have one meaning: that the thing it was applied to was not conscious. In logical terminology, he thought Freud was speaking of the connotation of the term, whereas he was actually speaking of its denotation. We now proceed to the second half of Freud's later sentence: but in the dynamic sense there is only one kind of unconscious. Here again the meaning seems perfectly clear. The term unconscious in its dynamic sense covers only one thing: the repressed unconscious. This is once more a statement about the denotation of the term, though even if it had been about its connotation it would still be true. The term dynamic unconscious can only have one Appendix A, SIXS meaning. Ferenczi, however, objects to it, on the ground that it was precisely the dynamic line of approach that called for the hypothesis of there being two sorts of UCS. Ferenczi was once more misunderstanding Freud. He took him to be saying that if we consider the term unconscious bearing dynamic factors in mind, we see that it has only one meaning, which would, of course, have been the opposite of everything that Freud was arguing. Whereas what Freud really meant was that all the things that are unconscious dynamically, i.e. that are repressed, fall into one class. The position is made a little more confused by Ferenczi's using the symbol UCS to mean unconscious in the descriptive sense, a slip which Freud himself makes by implication on p9. Thus this later sentence of Freud seems altogether immune from criticism in itself. But is it, as Ferenczi suggests and as Freud himself seems to agree, incompatible with the earlier sentence? This earlier sentence speaks of the latent unconscious as being unconscious only descriptively, not in the dynamic sense. Ferenczi appears to have thought that this contradicts the later statement that in the descriptive sense there are two kinds of unconscious. But the two statements do not contradict each other. The fact that the latent unconscious is only descriptively unconscious does not in the least imply that it is the only thing that is descriptively unconscious. There is, indeed, a passage in Lecture XXXI of Freud's new introductory lectures, written some 10 years later than the present work, in which the whole of this argument is repeated in very similar terms. In that passage it is explained more than once that in the descriptive sense both the preconscious and the repressed are unconscious, but that in the dynamic sense the term is restricted to the repressed. It must be pointed out that this interchange of letters 66, Appendix A took place only a very few days after Freud had undergone an extremely severe operation. He was not yet able to write, his reply was dictated, and he was probably in no condition to weigh the argument thoroughly. It seems likely that on reflection he realized that Ferenczi's discovery was a mare's nest, for the passage was never altered in the later editions of the book. Appendix B, the great reservoir of libido. There is considerable difficulty over this matter, which is mentioned in the first footnote on p. 25 and discussed at greater length on p. 45. The analogy seems to have made its first appearance in a new section added to the third edition of the three essays, 1905d, which was published in 1915 but had been prepared by Freud in the autumn of 1914. The passage runs, SE, 7, 218, LP.L, 57, 84. Narcissistic or ego libido seems to be the great reservoir from which the object cathexes are sent out and into which they are withdrawn once more. The narcissistic libidinal cathexis of the ego is the original state of things, realized in earliest childhood, and is merely covered by the later extrusions of libido, but in essentials persists behind them. The same notion had, however, been expressed earlier in another favorite analogy of Freud's, which appears sometimes as an alternative and sometimes alongside the great reservoir. 1. This earlier passage is Indiana, the paper on narcissism itself, 1914c, which was written by Freud in the early part 1. This analogy had appeared already in a rudimentary form in the third essay in Totem and Taboo, which was first published early in 1913. Standard ed. 13, SQ. 68, Appendix B of the same year, 1914, Standard ed. 14, 75. Thus we form the idea of there being an original libidinal cathexis of the ego, from which some is later given off to objects, but which fundamentally persists and is related to the object cathexis much as the body of an amoeba is related to the pseudopodia which it puts out. The two analogies appear together in a semi-popular paper written at the end of 1916 for a Hungarian periodical, A Difficulty in the Path of Psychoanalysis, 1917a, Standard ed. 17, 139. The ego is a great reservoir from which the libido that is destined for objects flows out and into which it flows back from those objects. As an illustration of this state of things we may think of an amoeba, whose viscous substance puts out pseudopodia. The amoeba appears once more in Lecture XXVI of the introductory lectures, 1916-17, dating from 1917, and the reservoir in Beyond the Pleasure Principle, 1920 grams, SE, 18, 51, IP.L, 4, 45, Psychoanalysis, came to the conclusion that the ego is the true and original reservoir of libido, and that it is only from that reservoir that libido is extended onto objects. Freud included a very similar passage in an encyclopedia article which he wrote in the summer of 1922, 1923a, Standard ed. 18, 257, and then almost immediately afterwards came the announcement of the ID, and what appears like a drastic correction of the earlier statements. Now that we have distinguished between the ego and the ID, we must recognize the ID as the great reservoir of libido. And again, at the very beginning, all the libido is accumulated in the ID, while the ego is still in process of formation or is still feeble. The ID sends part of this libido out into erotic object cathexes, whereupon the ego, now grown stronger, tries to get hold of this object libido and to force itself on the ID as a love object. The narcissism of the ego is thus a Appendix B, 69 secondary 1, which has been withdrawn from objects. pp. 25n and 45 above. This new position seems quite clearly intelligible, and it is therefore a little disturbing to come upon the following sentence, written only a year or so after the ego and the ID, in the Autobiographical Study, 1925d 1924, Standard ed. 20, 56, all through the subject's life his ego remains the great reservoir of his libido, from which object cathexes are sent out and into which the libido can stream back again from the objects to the sentence, it is true, occurs in the course of a historical sketch of the development of psychoanalytic theory, but there is no indication of the change of view announced in the ego and the ID. And, finally, we find this passage in one of Freud's very last writings, in Chapter 2 of the Outline of Psychoanalysis, 1940a, written in 1938, it is hard to say anything of the behavior of the libido in the ID and in the superego. All that we know about it relates to the ego, in which at first the whole available quota of libido is stored up. We call this state the absolutely primary narcissism. It lasts till the ego begins to cathect the ideas of objects with libido, to transform narcissistic libido into object libido. Throughout the whole of life the ego remains the great reservoir, from which libidinal cathexes are sent out to objects and into which they are also once more withdrawn, just as an amoeba behaves with its pseudopodia. Do these later passages imply that Freud had retracted the opinions he expressed in the present work? It seems difficult to believe it, and there are 2 points that may help towards a reconciliation of the apparently conflicting views. The first is a very small one. The analogy of the reservoir to an almost identical statement is made in Lecture XXXII of the new introductory lectures, 1933a. Appendix B is from its very nature an ambiguous one. A reservoir can be regarded either as a water storage tank or as a source of water supply. There is no great difficulty in applying the image in both senses, both to the ego and to the ID, and it would certainly have clarified the various passages that have been quoted, and in particular the footnote on p.25, if Freud had shown more precisely which picture was in his mind. The second point is of greater importance. In the new introductory lectures, only a few pages after the passage referred to in the footnote above, in the course of a discussion of masochism, Freud writes, if it is true of the destructive instinct as well that the ego, but what we have in mind here is rather the ID, the whole person originally includes all the instinctual impulses. The parenthesis points, of course, to a primitive state of things in which the ID and the ego are still undifferentiated. 3. And there is a similar, but more definite, remark in the outline, this time 2 paragraphs before the passage already quoted. We picture some such initial state as one in which the total available energy of eros, which henceforward we shall speak of as libido, is present in the still undifferentiated ego ID. If we take this as being the true essence of Freud's theory, the apparent contradiction in his expression of it is diminished. This ego ID was originally the great reservoir of libido in the sense of being a storage tank. After differentiation had occurred, the ID would continue as a storage tank, but, when it began sending out cathexes, whether to objects or to the now differentiated ego, it would in addition be a source of supply. But the same would be true of the ego as well, for it would be a storage tank of narcissistic libido as well as, on one view, a source of supply for object cathexes. This last point leads us, however, to a further question. 3. This is, of course, a familiar view of Freud's. IJ Appendix B, on which it seems inevitable to suppose that Freud held different views at different times. In the ego and the ID, p. 45, at the very beginning, all the libido is accumulated in the ID, then the ID sends part of this libido out into erotic object cathexes, which the ego tries to get control of by forcing itself on the ID as a love object. The narcissism of the ego is thus a secondary one. But in the outline, at first the whole available quota of libido is stored up in the ego. We call this state the absolutely primary narcissism, and it lasts until the ego begins to cathect the ideas of objects with libido. 2 different processes seem to be envisaged in these 2 accounts. In the first, the original object cathexes are thought of as going out direct from the ID, and only reaching the ego indirectly, In the second, the whole of the libido is thought of as going from the ID to the ego and only reaching the objects indirectly. The two processes do not seem incompatible, and it is possible that both may occur, but on this question Freud is silent. List of abbreviations: G.S. Freud, Gesammelt Schriften, 1-2 volumes, Vienna, CW 1924-34 equals Freud, Gesammelt Werke, 18 volumes, London from 1940 C.P. Freud, Collected Papers, 5 volumes, London, 1924-50 S.E. Standard ed. equals Freud, Standard Edition, 24 volumes, London, from 1953 I.Pl. International Psychoanalytical Library, Hogarth Press and Institute of Psychoanalysis, London, from 1921 Theoretische Schriften equals Freud, Theoretische Schriften, 1911-25, Vienna, 1931 Bibliography and author index. Titles of books and periodicals are in italics, titles of papers are in inverted commas. Abbreviations are in accordance with the World List of Scientific Periodicals, London, 1952. Further abbreviations used in this volume will be found in the list on page 73. Numerals in thick type refer to volumes, ordinary numerals refer to pages. The figures in round brackets at the end of each entry indicate the page or pages of this volume on which the work in question is mentioned. In the case of the Freud entries, the letters attached to the dates of publication are in accordance with the corresponding entries in the complete bibliography of Freud's writings to be included in the last volume of the STA11 DARD Editio 11. For non-technical authors, and for technical authors where no specific work is mentioned, SEC the General Index. Brewer, J. and Freud, S. I 895. C. Freud, S. 1895 D. Ferenc, S. 1913 Entwicklungsstufen Wirklichkeitssinns, ITZT. Z. Ir, TL. Psychoanal, 1, 124. 31. Transaction, Stages in the Development of the Sense of Reality, First CO 11 Tributions to Psychoanalysis, London, 1952, Chap 8. Freud, S. 1891 Zur Auffassung der Aphasie, Vienna. 13. Transaction. On Aphasia, London and New York, 1953. 1894 A Diabware Neuropsychosin, G.S., 1290, GW, 1,59. 21, 60. Transaction, The Neuropsychoses of Defense CP, 1, 59, Standard ed., 3, 43, 1895D with Brewer, J., Study N. Iberhistory, Vienna. GS, 1, 3, GW, 1, 77, omitting Brewer's contributions. XXX, 13 Transaction, Studies on Hysteria, Standard ed., 2, IPL, 50. Including Brewer's contributions. Bibliography, 1896 R-Span. SS, W1 FEUI 3 TR6 Ether 3 E, RCBR.EEUM.ARRKK1 US No 3 GN7 E9 Nth. E, Expxxero ERDO9 IE, Sais Pwoshisaron Fejeraffensixa OCSE.PN, 1, 155, Standard ed., 3, 159. 1001, Die Traumdeutung, Vienna. CS, 2-3, CW, 2-3. XX1XXX, 18, 19, 21, Transaction, The Interpretation of Dreams, London and New York, 1955, Standard ed., 4-5. 1905C, Der Witz und die Beziehung zum Unbewussten, Vienna. CS, Transaction, 9, 5, /Oak CW, 6, 44, and Their Relation to the Unconscious, London, 1960, Standard ed., 8. 1905D, Drei Abhandlungen zur Sexual Theory, Vienna. GS, 5, 3, CW, 5,29. 29, Transaction, 3 Essays 46, 67, On the Theory of Sexuality, Standard ed., 7125, IPL, 1907b, 57. Zhuangshan Zhan Und Religions I Bung, GS, 10, 210, GW, 7129. XXXV, 21, Transaction, Obsessive Actions and Religious Practices, CP, 2,25, Stan, 19D0 Ta 8 Redabn, ESDC.HCA9HR1RTA1EC6RT.E Ernaddanen Leerlotirko tis GM.S.C.5P.2,621, 4C5, WSTA, and 7DA2RD03ED, point 2, 39, dot, 19116TC99RCA, N, 3SE7I1NL, ECOC.I1ROE8IDTASE1VR2ENI8NN.CE, Erkosnextig Vodum Xlosef Mio, Onrierid Fohdias Vinci, Vienna. GS, Childhood, Standard, 119E9V1T1 Detoy 1 RsG.Crya EBA, Han.NS, Enzas.dh.com F:"EIO5 NEC5 TFRS.9 PM PH3.S Re1 GCL0 IPH.UE, 2 SRAL CA.YUG 1 CTN.E05005 NE, NS.4 ASS0 OINET 8 in 9 BA, NLITSI 9 HT Crypto 4 EAD.RC.RTUD, VNWXZ.XIOCADI 8 IWIPNVIR, PIP2 ONSRF 3 SCI0 NICPP.Hertz 2 SLI, OEE1 PSA 1 Zenio.X ONA5 GLEM YD 5 I.SE7 NCCP, H Sadial Recipshatu Usankrspftaz Nonsnuk Gainjog SF, 19C11.PBCE, SC4 PHRs 1E3 CBH, AES Nate Nanald Fiatarals Video Eden.BPE1 AMR2 AENR2KO1 UIA5N.G. Dinimia Benerdi.E and Pian Ranongdob 1S. G, Rgap.sh1sc8h, 355, CW, 8240. XXXIV, Transaction, Psychoanalytic Notes on an Autobiographical Account of Bibliography, 77 A Case of Paranoia, Dementia Paranoids, CP, 3, 387, Standard ed., 12, 3. 1912 grams, A Note on the Unconscious in Psychoanalysis, in English, CP, 4,22, Standard ed., 12257. XXX, XXXI, 5, 7, German Transaction, by Hans Sachs Einige Bemerkungen über den Begriff des Unbewussten in der Psychoanalyse, CS, 5433, CW, 8, 430. 1912-13, Totem und Tahu, Vienna, 1913. GS, 10,3, CW, 9. 23, 34, 67, Transaction, Totem and Taboo, London, 1950, New York, 1952, Standard ed., 13,1. 1914c, Zur Einführung des Narzissmus, GS, 6155, CW, 10138. XXXIV, XXXV, 22, 25, 27, 67. Transaction, on Narcissism, an Introduction, CP, 4, 30, Standard ed., 14, 09. 1915c, Tribuendi Triebskicksale, GS, 5443, CW, 10210. 40, 45, Transaction, Instincts and Their Vicissitudes, CP, 4, 60, Standard ed., 14, 111. 1915e, Das Unbewusstsein, GS, 5480, CW, 10264. XXXI, XXXIB, 4, 7, 9, 12, 13, 16, 57, Transaction, The Unconscious, CP, 4, 98, Standard ed., 14, 161. 1916D, Eine Charaktertypen aus der psychoanalytischen Arbeit, GS, 10287, CW, 10364, 54, Transaction, Some Character Types Met with in Psychoanalytic Work, CP, 4318, Standard ed., 14, 311. 1916-17, Vorlesungen zur Einführung in die Psychoanalyse, Vienna. GS, 7, CW, 11. 68, Transaction, Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis, Revised ed., London, 1929, A General Introduction to Psychoanalysis, New York, 1935, Standard ed., 15-16. 1917a, Beschwerigkeit der Psychoanalyse, GS, 10347, CW, 12,3. 68, Transaction, A Difficulty in the Path of Psychoanalysis, CP, 4, 347, Standard ed., 17,137. 1917d, Metapsychologische Ergänzung zur Traumlehre, GS, 5,520, CW, 10412. 22, Transaction, A Metapsychological Supplement to the Theory of Dreams, CP, 4, 137, Standard ed., 14, 219. Bibliography, 1917e 1915, Trauer und Melancholie, GS, 5535 Guaranese W, 10428. XXXV, XXXVI, 23, Transaction, Mourning and Melancholia, CP, 4152, Standard ed., 14, 239. 1920 grams, Fensates de Lustprin, IPS, Vienna. GS, 6191, GW, 13,3. XXXI, XXXIX, 9, 11, 15, 22, 37, 39, 45, 46, 59,68, Transaction, Beyond the Pleasure Principle, Standard ed., 18, 3, I.pl, 4, 1921b, Introduction in English to J. Vartendonck's The Psychology of Daydreams, London, Standard ed., 18, 271. 14, German text, part only GS, LL, 264, GW, 13,439. 1921c, Massen Psychology und Psychanalyse, Vienna. GS, 6, 261, GW, 13, 73. XXXVXXXVI, 22, 23, 26, 27, 34, Transaction, Group Psychology and the Analysis of the Ego, Standard ed., 18, 67, I.pl, 6, 1922b, Über einigen Kuratischen Mechanismen bei Eifersucht, Paranoia und Homosexualität, GS, 5387, GW, 13, 195. 34, Transaction, Some Neurotic Mechanisms in Jealousy, Paranoia and Homosexuality, CP, 2, 232, Standard ed., 18, 223. 1922 / Etwas vom Unbewussten, Author's Abstract of Congress Address, INTZ Psychoan, 8486. Transaction, Some Remarks on the Unconscious, included in 1923b, Standard ed., 19, 3, I.pl, 12, 9. 1923a, Psychoanalyze and Libido Theory, GS, 11, 201, GW, 13211. 25, 68, Transaction. 2 Encyclopedia Articles, CP, 5, 107, Standard ed., 18, 235. 1923b, DOS/CHUND-DOS-ES, Vienna. GS, 6, 353, GW, 13, 237, Transaction, The Ego and the ID, London, 1927, Standard ed., 19, 3i.pl, 12. 1923e, Die Infantile Genital Organization, GS, 5, 232, GW, 13, 293, 26, Transaction, The Infantile Genital Organization, CP, 2, 244, Standard ed., 19, 141. 192 yen, 1923 Neuros und Psychisk, CS, 5418, GW, 13387, XXXVII, Transaction. Neurosis and Psychosis, CP, 2, 250, Standard ed., 19, 149L, 1924C, Das Ökonomische Problem des Masochismus, GS, 5, 374, GW, 13371. XXXVII, 39, 51, 56, Bibliography, 79 Transaction, The Economic Problem of Masochism C.P., 2255, Standard ed., 19, 157. 1924d, Der Untergang des Oedipuskomplexes, GS, 5, 423, GW, 13395. XXXVII, 27, Transaction, The Dissolution of the Oedipus Complex, CP, 2, 269, Standard ed., 19,173. 192 yen, Die Realitätsverlust Neuros und Psychos G.S, 6409, GW, 13363. XXXVII, Transaction, The Loss of Reality in Neurosis and Psychosis C.P., 2277, Standard ed., 19,183. 1925d, 1924, Selbstdarstellung, Vienna 1934. CS, 11119, CW, 1433. 6 grams, Transaction, An Autobiographical Study, London 1935, Autobiography, New York 1935, Standard ed., 20,3. 1925i, Einige Nachtrage zum Ganzen der Traumdeutung, CS, 3, 172, CW, 1561. XXXIII, 56, Transaction, Some Additional Notes upon Dream Interpretation as a Whole, CP, 5150, Standard ed., 19,125. 1925J, Einige psychische Folgen des anatomischen Geschlechtsunterschieds, CS, 11, 8, CW, 14,19. XXXVII 27, Transaction, Some Psychical Consequences of the Anatomical Distinction Between the Sexes, CP, 5, 186, Standard ed., 19,243. 1926d, Hemyen, Symptom und Angst, Vienna. CS, 11,23, CW, 14113. XXXVII 31,40, 6061, Transaction, Inhibitions, Symptoms and Anxiety, Standard ed., 20, 77, I.pl, 28. 1926e, Die Frage der Analyse, Vienna. CS, 11, 307, CW, 14, 209. 4. Transaction, The Question of Lay Analysis, London 1947, Standard ed., 20, 179. 1927d, Der Humor, CS, 11, 402, CW, 14, 383. 22. Transaction, Humor, CP, 5215, Standard ed., 21, 161. 1928b, Dostoyevsky und die Vertretung, CS, 12, 7, CW, 14, 399. 39. Transaction, Dostoyevsky and Parricide, CP, 5, 222, Standard ed., 21, 175 L1930a, Das Unbehagen in der Kultur, Vienna. GS, 12, 29, CW, 14, 421. XXXIII, XXXVII, 40,51, 56, Transaction, Civilization and its Discontents, London 1930, New York, 1961, Standard ed., 21,59. 80, Bibliography, 1933a, Neue Falsch der Vorlesungen zur Einführung in die Psychoanalyse, Vienna. CS, 12151, CW, 15207. XXXIXXXVI18, 33,65,69, 70, Transaction, New Introductory Lectures on Psychoanalysis, London and New York, 1933, Standard ed., 22. 1939a, 1937-39, Der Mann Moses und die Monotheistische Religion, GW, 16, 103. XXXIII, Transaction, Moses and Monotheism, London and New York 1939, Standard ed., 23. 19400 Abriss der Psychoanalyse, GW, 17 Fry, 69, Transaction, An Outline of Psychoanalysis, London and New York, 1949, Standard ed., 23. 19518 87-1902, AUS den Anfängen der Psychoanalyse, London. Includes Entwurf Psychologie, 1895. XXIX, XXXIII, 18, 29, 60, Transaction, The Origins of Psychoanalysis, London and New York, 1954. Partly, including a project for a scientific psychology, in Standard ed., 1. Grodek, c. 1923, Das Buch vom Es, Vienna. 17, Jones E., 1957, Sigmund Freud, Life and Work, Volume 3 London and New York. Page references are to the English edition. XXVIIXXXVI, Münsterberg H., 1908, Philosophie der Wort, Grundzüge einer Weltanschauung, Leipzig. XXXVI, Ranko, 1913, Der Familienroman in der Psychologie des Attentators, Inzi, Irtel. Psychoanal, 1, 565. 44, Rickman, J., ed. 1937, General Selection from the Works of Sigmund Freud, London. XXXVII, Stiekel, W., 1908, Nervosangstzustand und ihre Behandlung, Vienna. 60, Verendonk, J., 1921, The Psychology of Daydreams, London. 14, Index W., Okreit, Case, Instetzitinen Bakelsumlia or Ijksra 1a, Svipthe Wukashenrumkeismku. Uld Flosea Buro et Freaken Foro Ensrumsui und Lektisirhudsen. Tnia asrolpia fukritefenkakratis. Ics itneaklc all aggressiveness, see also death instinct, destructive an mabloy, vimge epilson elks, 283-42, 94,1405-5435, 955 amoeba and 68-69 pseudopodium macornsitkoyaton luthio umrasald makwakalnu as 1 rc 92h5479 naa adrensitzrxegainakasser te watikria popsenhot. SC ear near 7 Liaat Giaraxvogel Enspfalo 4 IOB 45 L3 Fi 9 DT3 EIO underscore CA6, 3 IRAO, 5 N2 S55 4 N8 95 9 F65 073 underscore 70 Adela, 3 6 N auditory lobe of brain, 1 8 perception, 13, 15, 19. 54 Berlin in Cyrenag Triosenzale FP1 SY9 C2H2O Ian. Gaxliati Eichel Psychoanalytical Polyclinic in 36N Birth Trauma, 61 Bisexuality, 26-29,29N, 30 Body the Human and Perception, 19-21 Boys Fixation on 26-29 Mother XXXVI Edo 2SNT6 at Lee. F3 Tysi 0 Atoyanarudist Fatfhater R27 underscore 29 Oedipus Complex, 26-27 Sexual Development, XXXVI, 26-30 Brain, Anatomy of, 11, 18 Cannibalism, 2-3 Castration Complex, 6-0 Categorical Imperative, as heir to the 48 Oedipus Complex 31 Censorship of Dreams XXXV Siech Herlotensett RB Featerten Litoifo N3,62 N3 underscore 26 Index Children, see also Infantile, and Anatomical Sex Distinction, 26 N Bisexuality of, 28 Narcissism of, XXXV, 67 Component Instincts, 38-40, 43, 55-56 Conscience, XXXIV, XXXVII, 20, 30-34, 51, 54-55, 60 FO Consciousness Exclusion from, in Repression, 8-9 Nature of, XXIX, XXXIV, 3-5, 11-16 Psychoanalysis brings repressed material into, 5, 8-9, 14, 50-5 in relation of ego to, 8-11, 20-21, 49 relation of PCS to, 5-6, 14-16 topographically considered, XXII, 12, 17-18 constancy, principle of, 46 crime, 53-54 Damascus, 36 and danger, 59-61 deaf mutes, 13 death, fear of, 60 FO death instinct, see also aggressiveness, destructive impulses, 37-46, 54-59, 62, 70 defense, XXVIIXXIX, Thirsian delusions, XXXV depression, see also melancholia, XXXVI descriptive, dynamic and systematic senses of unconscious, XXXXXI, 3-10, 37, 63-66 destiny, 61 destructive impulses, see also aggressiveness, death instinct, 39-46, 55-58 diphasic onset of sexuality, 31 Dostoevsky, F. 39N dreams. Censorship of, XXXV, 8 theory of, 3, 14 dream work, 21N, 44 dynamic, descriptive and systematic senses of unconscious, XXXXXI, 3-10, 37, 63-66 economic factors, 5, 15, 21, 42, 59 education, 30, 54 ego and instincts, 37, 40, 42-43, 58-59, 70 and sublimation, 25, 44-47 as reservoir of libido, 67-71 as seat of anxiety, 59-61 development of concept of, XXXIXXXV in primitive man, 34 introjection of object into, 24, 28, 48, 53 overwhelming of, 60 relation to CS, 8 to 12, 20 to 21, 49 relation to ID. 17 to 19, 22 to 24, 32 to 37, 55 to 59, 62, 70 relation to perception of external world, 8, 11 to 12, 14 to 19, 22, 32, 35, 37, 57-60 relation to PCS, XXVIII, XXXI, XXXIV, 9, 16 to 18 relation to superego, XXXVXXXVII, 30 to 36, 48 to 49, 52 FO relation to the unconscious, XXVIIXXXII, 8 to 11, 17, 20 to 21, 2 to N repressive forces of, XXXIV, 8 to 9, 17 to 18, 23, 31, 53 resistance of, XXVIII, 8 to 9, 24 unifying tendency of, 44 index use of term, XXVIIXXIX, XXXIXXXIV, 8, 16 ego ideal, see also superego, XXXVXXXVI, 22 ego. Instincts, see also death instinct, XXXIV ego libido, 24 to 25, 43 to 47, 67 to 70 energy, displaceable and neutral, 42 to 44 epilepsy, 39 eros, see also libido, sexual instinct, 37 to 47, 59, FO, 70 external world, see also reality testing, death instinct and 46N, 55 to 56 ego and, 8, 11 to 12, 14 to 19, 22, 32, 35, 37, 57-60 father and Oedipus complex, 27 to 30 fear, see also anxiety, of castration, 60 FO of conscience, 6062 of death, 6062 Fechner, CT, 46 Ferenczi, S, see also bibliography, 63 to 66 Flies, W. XXIX, XXXV, 18N, 29N, 60N Flight reflex, 59 Free association, 8 Gain from illness, 50 Genital primacy, 39 Girls, see also women, Oedipus complex in, 27 to 28 Glacial epoch, 31 Grodek, see also bibliography, XXXII 13, 17 Guilt, sense of, XXVIII, XXXV, XXXVII, 33, 50 to 52, FO unconscious, XXVIII, XXXV, 21, 30, 50 to 55 hallucination, 13 hate and love, ambivalence of, 40 to 42 hereditary factors, 35 Holy Communion, 2-3 and homosexuality, XXXVI, 34, 41 to 42 hypnosis, 3 hysteria, XXIX, 52 to 55 ID, the as. Reservoir of libido, 25N, 45 to 47, 68 to 71 cathectic energy has its source in, 43, 54 development of concept, XXXIIXXXII equated with the unconscious, Thirsiaean, 17 in primitive man, 33 to 5, 58 instinctual processes of, 19, 32, 35 to 37, 39 to 40, 58, FO, 70 non-moral, 56 object choices of, 23 to 24, 30, 44 to 45, 49, 58, 68 to 71 pleasure principle reigns in, 19, 47 relation to ego, 17 to 19, 22 to 24, 32 to 37, 55 to 59, FO, 70 relation to the repressed, 17 to 18, 33 relation to superego, 32, 49, 52 to 54, 6 I identification. XXXVIXXXVII, 23 to 30, 34 to 36, 42, 48, 50 to 5 in, 52, 56 to 59 infantile. See also children, sexual theories, 26 and sexuality, XXXV, 48 inferiority, feelings of, 52 instincts. See also death instinct, ego instincts, self-preservation, sexual instinct, fusion and diffusion of, 25, 37 to 40, 55 to 59 index instincts, Kant, two groups of XXXVII 37-47, 59,62 instinctual impulses of the ID, 1932-35-37, 39-40, 58, 62, 70 repression of 52 intellectual processes, see thought processes, International Psychoanalytical Congress at Berlin in 1922, XXVII introjection, XXXVI 24 jealousy, 28, 34/1s, earnest, see also bibliography, 63 Kaulbach, W. von, 36 latency period 31 libido ego, 24-25, 43-47, 67 to 70 ego as reservoir of, 67 to 71 ID as reservoir of 25N, 45 to 47, 68 to 71 narcissistic, 24-25, 43-47, 606L 67 to 70 object 24-25, 43-47, 67-70 regression of 39, 55, 57 to 58 life instinct, see eros, love and hate ambivalence of, 40 to 42 mania 55 masochism, 50 to 5 in, 70 melancholia, see also depression, 23-24, 50-5 in, 52 memory. XXX, 12 to 13 memory traces, 13 to 14, 16 mnemic system, XXX moral masochism, 50 morality, 20 to 21, 31 to 35, 53, 56, 59 mother as child's first sexual object, XXXVI 26-30 girls identification with 25N, 27 to 28, 29 motility 8, 19, 57-58 motor imagery, 13 mourning, XXXV multiple personality 25 narcissism, XXXIIXXXVI, 45, 50 infantile, XXXV, 67 primary 69, 71 secondary 25N, 45, 69 to -71 narcissistic libido 24-25, 43 to 47, 6061 negative therapeutic reaction to psychoanalysis, 50 neuroses, see also hysteria. Obsessional neurosis, and sense of guilt, 21, 50-55, 62 as result of conflict between ego and ID, 9 as result of repression, 8 disposition to 40 Oedipus complex as nucleus of, 28 neurotics and normal persons compared, 6 I Nietzsche, F, XXXIII, 17 and normal mental processes and neurotic compared 61 object choice in early childhood XXXVI, 26 to 30, 48 to 49 of the ID, 23-24, 30, 44 to 45, 49, 58, 68 to 71 replaced by identification, XXXVI, 23 30 34, 48 object libido 24-25, 43-47, 67 to 70 obsessional neurosis XXXV 39. 52 to 55, 57 as self-reproach XXXV Oedipus complex as nucleus of neurosis 28 index, 85 dissolution of, 27 to 36 in boys, 26 to 29 in girls, 27 to 28 repression of 30 to 31, 34 superego replaces, XXXVI, 30 to 32, 35 36, 48-49 oral erotic phase, 23, 23 and paranoia XXXV 41-42 parents and children, see also Oedipus complex, 49 perceptions, external and internal, I1 to 16, 18 to 20 perceptual system, PCPT, XXX, 13-19, 22, 57 and human body 19-21 persecutory paranoia, 41 perversion, 39 fantasies, 14 philosophy and psycho analysis, 4 phobias, see also anxiety, fear, 6 ophilogenesis, see archaic heritage, pleasure principle 15n, 19, 40, 43 to 46, 60, 62 preconscious system, PCS, and thought processes, 20, 58 and word presentations, 12 to 13, 16 defined, XXVIII, 9 relation to CS, 5 to -6, 14 to 16 relation to ego, XXVII, XXXIXXXII, XXXIVXXXV9, 16 to 18 relation to PCPT, 11 to 16 relation to the unconscious, XXVIII, 5 6, 12-16, 65 primary process, 44 primitive peoples 23n, 33 to 35, 49, 58 problems solved in sleep 20 psycho analysis and philosophy 4 brings repressed material into CS 5,89, 14, 50-5 in enables ego to conquer ID, 58 findings of 3-5,89, 20-21, 29, 53 negative reaction to, 49 to 50 resistance to, XXVIII, 5,821, 49 to 50 therapeutic aspect of, 49 to 50 psychoses, see mania, melancholia, paranoia, puberty, 48 punishment, need for, XXXVII, 49 to 50 quantity and quality, 15, 42 reaction, formation, 53 to 55 superego as 30, 35 reading 13, 54 reality, see external world, reality principle, 19 reality testing, XXXV. 22n, 57 regression 39, 55, 57 religion 30, 33 to 34, 56 remorse, XXXVII repressed material made conscious by psychoanalysis, 5, 8 to -9, 14, 50 to 5 in repression and neurosis 8 and the unconscious, XXVIIIXXXI, 5, 9, 63 to -66 as exclusion from CS, 8 by the ego, XXXIV, 8 17 to 18, 23 31, 53 of instinctual impulses 52 of the Oedipus complex, 30 to 31, 34 theory of XXVIIXXIX, 5,89, 11 reproductive function 46-47 resistance of the ego XXXVIII, 8 to -9, 24 repression as, 17 to 18 to psychoanalysis, XXVIII 5, 8, 9, 2 leaders 49 to 50 revenge 44-86, NDX sadism, 38 to 39, 45, 54 thought processes, 12 to 16, 20, 44, sadistic anal phase, 39-57 Shui 11I11 GER, E, XXXII postponement due to, 57 self-preservation, instinct of, preconscious, 20, 58 XXXIV, 37 topographical division of the sensory perception, see mind, XXIXXXXII, XXXVIXXXVII, perception, 11 to 12, 18 sex distinction, anatomical, totemism, 2311, 35 children and, 2611 transference, 43 sexual trauma of birth, 61 act, 2911, 46 traumatic situation, 6011 aims. 25, 45 development, 26 to 30 unconscious, the instinct, see also eros, libido, access to, in psychoanalysis, XXXIV, 37 to 47 50-5 111 substances, 46 development of concept, sexuality, diphasic onset of, 31 XXVIIIXXXII, 3 to 5I, sleep, 8, 21 equated with ID, XXXIII 11, 17 social sense, 20, 33 to 34 indescriptive, dynamic and sublimation, 25, 36, 37, 44 to 47, systematic senses, triple XXXXI, 56, 59 3 to 10, 37, 63 to 66 suicidal impulses, 55 instincts and 36 superego relation to ego, XXVIIIXXXII, analyst. Identified with 50 to 5111 8 to 11, 17, 20 to 21, 2211 and neurosis, 51 relation to PCS, XXVIII, 5 to 6, development of concept of, 12 to 16, 65 XXXII, XXXVXXXVII repression and, XXVIIIXXXI, 5, 9, equated with conscience, 33 63 to 66 equated with introject unconscious parents, 30, 32 mental processes, existence of, heir to the Oedipus complex, XXXII, 3 to 5, 7 to 811 XXXVI, 30 to 32, 35 to 36, 48 to 49 sense of guilt, XXVIII, XXXV, 21, in primitive man, 34-30, 50 to 55 partly unconscious, 36, 54 relation to CS, 22. Unpleasure, 15 to 20 relational. To ego, XXXVXXXVI, verbal residues, 13, 16, 54-30 to 36, 48 to 49, 51 to 61 visual residues, 14 representative of the ID, 32, 49, 52 to 54, 58 to 59, 61 women, see also girls, severity of, 5I 58 character formation in, systematic, descriptive and 24 dynamic senses of /Vord presentations, see verbal unconscious, triple XXXXI, 3-10, residues, 37, 63 to 66.1, 96 to 1654.